started. Okay, I'd like to welcome all councillors, officers and members of the public viewing on YouTube to this virtual meeting of the Planning Committee. My name is Councillor Matt McCabe and I am the chair of the committee. I will now call out the names of the other members of the committee who will be making the decisions today and ask them to confirm that they are present. Councillor Vic Clark.
Present.
Councillor Sue Craig.
Present.
Councillor Sally Davis.
Present.
Councillor Lucy Hodge.
Present.
Councillor Duncan Hounsell. Present. And Councillor Sean Hughes.
Present.
Who I would like to welcome to his first meeting of the Planning Committee. Councillor Eleanor Jackson.
Present.
Councillor Hal McPhee.
Present.
And Councillor Amanda Rigby.
Present.
Also present are our legal advisor Simon Barnes.
Good afternoon.
Our team manager Chris Gom.
Good afternoon.
From Development Management, and Marie Todd from Democratic Services Officer.
Afternoon.
The planning case officers are also in attendance to present their reports and answer questions, along with the highways officer Darren Cox. Can I remind everyone to keep background noise to a minimum, to only speak one person at a time and not to speak over others. Please mute your microphones when not speaking and then unmute them when you're invited to speak. Please indicate if you wish to speak by using the chat facility on Zoom by typing MIS, may I speak, and that will help me to call people to speak in turn. If a member of the committee has to leave the meeting, then please draw my attention to this by using the chat facility. If you subsequently return to the meeting, then please also draw my attention to this in the same way. Members should inform me if they lose connection and miss any part of the meeting, as this may result in them not being able to vote on any item where they did not hear the presentations in full. When the committee is ready to take a vote, I will read out each member's name in alphabetical order. Each member should then clearly state for, against or abstain. This will enable the Democratic Services Officer to accurately record the vote and will ensure that the decision taking is clear to the public who are viewing on YouTube. Was there any questions? Apologies for absence and substitutions. Do we have any absences or substitutions? Don't think we do today.
No, there are no apologies, Chair.
Okay, then declarations of interest. Now, there's a number of declarations. Myself, Councillor Rigby and Councillor McPhee have an interest, obviously, in the applications numbered 5 and 6, James Street West, and we will be leaving the meeting. Councillor Davis will take over the chair. For those two items, I have Duncan Hounsell.
Yes, I'd like to declare an interest in the planning application 20/01119/FUL, 31 Torridge Road, Keynsham. The impact on the properties in the neighbouring Walden Road will be important. I used to live there, so it's. I think I need to not take part in the discussion. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Sue Craig.
Thank you. I need to declare a disclosable pecuniary interest in item 9, which is 21 Victoria Buildings, which is my property.
Thank you, and you will both be asked to, or you will both be removed. I think the process is to remove people to the waiting room where they have an interest in an item and to bring them back afterwards. Councillor Amanda Rigby.
Thank you, Chair. In addition to the James Street West items, I wish to make the same declaration as I did at the last committee meeting about Holborn Park. I was invited to go to one of their exhibitions as their ward councillor, and I did attend, but I was accompanied by the officer, Chris Griggs, at all times.
Councillor Lucy Hodge.
I wish to make a declaration in relation to item number 11. The co-chair has just to say that I'm the ward councillor and will be withdrawing from the meeting to make a statement on behalf of that application.
Thank you very much. Urgent business is agreed by the chair. I've taken one item under this, which is we'd like an update on the enforcement action that we approved at the last committee meeting. As I understand, no action has been taken yet, so perhaps we could have an update by email. Simon, is that?
Absolutely, Chair, that's fine.
Thank you. Items from the public statements and questions. The Democratic Services Officer will now inform everyone of the public speaking procedure.
Members of the public and parish councillors have registered to speak about individual planning applications under items 6 and 7 on the agenda. Ward councillors not on the committee have also indicated that they wish to speak about applications. Speakers will be called to speak immediately after the case officer has made their presentation about the application. The order of speakers and the time allowed for speaking will be as follows. Parish Town Council representatives will speak first and will be allowed 3 minutes in total. If there is more than one parish or town council representative, they will be required to share this time. Objectors to an application will be allowed 3 minutes in total. Supporters of an application will be allowed 3 minutes in total. If there is more than one objector or supporter of an application, they must share the 3 minutes allowed to each side. Ward councillors not on the committee who have indicated that they wish to speak about an application may do so for a maximum of 5 minutes. I will time the speeches and inform the chair using the chat function when the time is up. The chair will then ask speakers to immediately conclude their remarks. After making their statement, speakers will remain in the meeting so that they can observe the debate. However, they have no further right to speak and so should mute their microphone and switch off their video. Once the item has finished, speakers will be removed from Zoom and can view the rest of the meeting on YouTube if they wish.
Thank you. So the minutes of the 3rd of June have been circulated. May I sign these as a correct record? Did anyone have any issues with the minutes? Oh, I've got Councillor Sally Davis. Sorry, Sally. Did you wish to speak?
I was only going to propose that we accept the minutes as they are printed.
Thank you. Do you have a seconder?
I'm happy to second.
Thank you, Eleanor. I didn't see you, but I heard you, so thank you very much. So I will sign those at a future date when social distancing guidance allows. Okay, so the site visit list is we kick off with the site visit which took place virtually, and we've considered that virtual visit. So I would invite Case Officer Chris Griggs Trevathan to present his report.
Thank you, Chair. I'll just share my screen. Can everyone see that okay? If anyone's got any issues, please do let me know. So item 1 on the site visit agenda is the erection of 8 dwellings and landscaping, car parking and associated works on land adjacent to Holborn Park, just off Warminster Road in Bath. The item was deferred from the last committee in June for members to undertake a virtual site visit, which I hope was helpful. I believe all members were able to attend. Members will note from the committee report that there has been a change to the officer recommendation since the last committee. It was previously recommended for permission and is now recommended for refusal. I will explain the reasons for that as I go through the presentation, but I will now proceed through the presentation for the benefit of new members to the committee. I'll try and go through everything. So the site forms part of a wider allocation, SB12, to the east of Bath, situated on sloping land between Warminster Road and the Kennet-Naven Canal. The allocation is for at least 150 dwellings across the whole of the former MOD site. It's land that falls within the World Heritage Site and part of the Bath Conservation Area. There's quite a complicated planning history to the whole development site, which I'll just briefly run through, again, for the benefit of members who didn't see the presentation last time. So planning permission was originally granted in 2015 for 204 dwellings across the whole site, with a 40% provision of affordable housing on site. There was variations in 2017, increased that to 205 dwellings, and then a significant variation later in 2017, which introduced a number of apartment blocks into the scheme and increased the number of dwellings from 205 to 244, but with no increase in the number of affordable dwellings. And so the percentage of affordable provision across the site dropped to 33%, although that was also supplemented by a commuted sum of £400,000, which was towards the off-site provision of affordable housing. There were then subsequently more variations in 2018, 2019, and then finishing the most recent in early 2020, which just made some minor changes to the scheme, but resulted in the overall number of dwellings on the scheme currently approved as being 246, again with 33% affordable housing. The current application before you today is for 8 additional dwellings on a parcel of land which is currently undeveloped to the west of the site, which would take the total number of dwellings across the whole of the site up to 254 dwellings. No additional affordable housing is proposed as part of the scheme, so that would result in the overall percentage of affordable housing dropping from 33% to 31%. So this is the currently approved scheme on the site. This is taken from the most recent variation, and you can see the site is located in the southwestern corner of the overall development site, down in this area here. The site is accessed via Warminster Road, down Inglis Court, and then on Lascelles Avenue, which represents phase 1 of the development site, which has been built out. Phase 2, which is this area around here, is under construction and nearly complete, but still not occupied, and the application site falls in between both of these. There's a public right-of-way which runs from Warminster Road down the side of the development site this way, before turning 90 degrees this way, back up to the north this way, connecting across the driveway and access for Top Yard Cottages, which are these properties here, onto Darlington Road, and that whole route is a public right-of-way. This application, as you'll see in a moment, does include a connection to that public right-of-way, bringing it into the development site at this point here. So this is the site plan for the proposal. You can see how it fits in with the overall layout of the scheme, and proposes a terrace of 8 dwellings in a similar format to other terrace within the scheme. So just moving on to the layout, you can see a fairly simple layout, 8 3-bedroom dwellings in a terrace form, on-plot parking to the front, rear gardens at the back, but there is a change in land levels as you move northwest across the site. It slopes down, and each of the properties have a short terrace at the rear to accommodate some of those changes in land levels. This is the front elevation, as you can see, a fairly simple design which follows the sort of classical architecture approach that's been adopted across the rest of the development site. The 8 dwellings sort of step down in pairs as they follow the lie of the land. And then on the rear elevation, you can see how that pattern is repeated, with the terrace of those dwellings getting slightly higher as you move northwards. This is just a side elevation showing some of that relationship along the to the west. Just a typical floor plan, as you can see, it's a fairly sort of standardized layout for a 3-bedroom property, living room, kitchen, 3 bedrooms, bathrooms, etc. There is a request to see the soft landscaping proposals, and they are included within this application. Some soft landscaping at the front of the property to break up some of the hard standing areas that are dedicated to parking. It's worth mentioning on this plan as well, there was a request at the last committee about the difference in levels between the nearest adjoining properties at Top Yard Cottages and the proposed dwellings. And the difference between floor levels, although it does depend on which point you take it from, is between 2 meters and 3.35 meters. And just for context, the distance between the back of these properties here and the nearest corner of Top Yard Cottages is about 15 meters. That obviously extends more as you get further, you look at the properties that are further away on Top Yard Cottages. Just moving on to some CGIs, just to show you the form of development. Again, fairly standard sort of terrace form, adopting that classical design. And then onto some photographs. So this is a photo looking west towards the site, which is behind this fencing here, looking west from Lascelles Avenue. And in the centre of the frame there, you can see Top Yard Cottages sloping away from the site. And then this is looking north from the public right-of-way across the site towards phase 2. And so these buildings represent phase 2. On the site, you can start to see how the slope goes down towards the northwest. And then this is from the west, looking back towards the Lascelles Avenue over the site. And again, you can see the development site there. And then just stepping a bit further west, this shows you the boundary of the site and its relationship with Top Yard Cottages, which are on the right of the frame there. The site boundaries you can identify through the former MOD fence that's still in place around this part of the public right-of-way. So as I mentioned at the top of my presentation, the recommendation since the previous committee has been amended, and it's gone from permitting the application to refusing the application. The reason for this is based upon the fact that the other application that was on this site at the last committee for a larger portion of the site known as the eastern parcel, the committee refused that application, and that application alongside this application had a viability evidence that was being considered cumulatively between the two applications. Given the refusal of that other application, we don't now have viability evidence to determine the impact of this application on its own merits. Therefore, we don't have the evidence to demonstrate that a reduction in the level of affordable housing for this scheme is acceptable. And that's shifted the balance in officers' views towards refusing the scheme on the basis of a lack of affordable housing and a lack of evidence to demonstrate that that is acceptable. So I'm happy to take any questions after the speakers, and thank you very much.
Thank you very much. So can I invite statements by public speakers and ward councillors? There are 2 speakers for this item, and the first one is Caroline Kay from Bath Preservation Trust. Sorry. Caroline, you need to unmute.
Yeah, I was muted. I can't do it myself.
Okay.
Okay. Yeah, thank you. I couldn't do it myself because I was muted by your officer, I think. So thank you, Marie, if you've unmuted me. And good afternoon, everyone. BPT object strongly to this application before you. And we call for this application to be refused on the grounds set out below, and indeed the grounds put forward by your officer. And if we're going to go around this again for any resubmissions to be made in a single planning application that takes account of the whole site, this is no longer recognisable as the architect design proposal you approved in 2014, or even its amended version in 2017. The piecemeal disjointed submission of multiple planning applications, which have not suitably accounted for the overall coherence of the site and its contextual setting within the World Heritage Site overlooking the Kennet and Avon Canal, risk serious harm to the landscape setting of the World Heritage Site and citywide conservation area. This additional planning application, by virtue of the position, size and appearance of the proposed blocks, exacerbates existing overdevelopment of an already dense residential site. If approved, this block, combined with the existing new development, would create an estate that, when compared with the residential character of the surrounding townscape and when viewed across the city, is incongruous in its layout, appearance and bulk. The inadequacy of submitted drawings, elevations and predicted views are insufficient to make a proper assessment of the landscape and visual impact, and as such, the development risks harm to the setting of the World Heritage Site and character and appearance of the conservation area. Significantly, the whole site as built has failed to provide any real affordable housing, and as such does nothing to help address the housing crisis locally. The quotes affordable housing so far built is under the Help to Buy scheme with house prices starting at £500,000. This is not affordable housing, nor is it discounted market housing, affordable housing. The failure to specify any definition of real affordable housing and the proposed provision of 18.7% discount market housing fails to meet the local plan targets within an area of designated affordable housing target of 40%, as specified within policy CP9. Notably, this predicted affordable housing delivery was made on the basis of 8 units deliverable by the previous application, which was refused last month. This current application makes no contribution to the site's under provision of affordable housing and should therefore be refused. Unintended development costs are not a valid viability argument. Furthermore, this application's proposal of the loss of the designated school site to private residential development has resulted in a failed potential to integrate public community facilities into the development's design. This leaves the site nothing but an estate without any community integration. For these reasons, we consider the development before you for decision should therefore be refused. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Caroline. Can I ask Charlotte Taylor-Drake to speak, please, as the agent?
Members, thank you for providing me with the opportunity to speak today in support of this application. My name's Charlotte Taylor-Drake, the planning agent for the scheme. As members will recall from Planning Committee in June, following the original planning permission being granted on this allocated brownfield site, my client Hard Rock Development started construction in 2016. Members heard how COVID-19 has impacted on scheme viability due to the rate of sales and the uncertainty around the recovery process. Following your decision to refuse a replan of the scheme, Hard Rock is considering alternative options to enable completion of the whole development. However, due to the complexity of the site challenges, it's essential that this is informed by a briefing with members so that Hard Rock can work collaboratively with you to achieve a deliverable proposal. The future construction programme has reached a critical stage, and this application for 8 dwellings will allow for Hard Rock to continue building whilst plans for the remainder of the site are reconsidered. This will also allow for the current contractor to remain on site and support jobs during the economic recovery. Hard Rock has delivered 29 affordable homes, including social rented and shared ownership tenures within phase 1 of the scheme, and is committed to working with officers and members to achieve an acceptable master plan for the whole site allocation. The proposal before you will contribute 8 new dwellings that are designed to complement the adjacent development. The proposals will generate over £100,000 in community infrastructure levy payments that could also be put towards strategic infrastructure, including education and community uses. Careful consideration has been given to how the layout works with neighbouring properties and the site boundaries, and the design team has arrived at the current layout through pre-application discussions with officers, so we're pleased that the design is supported. I would therefore ask members to support this application to continue the construction process and work collaboratively with Hard Rock to complete the wider development. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Can I open up the discussion and invite members to ask any questions they may have of the case officer? And if you'd like to use MIS in the chat box. And then when all questions have been asked, then I will invite the ward councillor to speak first before the debate. But at this point, can I ask for factual questions from the case officer? No? Okay, I'm not getting anybody. So in that case, Councillor Rigby, as the ward officer, you get to open the debate.
Thank you very much, Chair. I'm very heartened by hearing the applicant say that they wish to come up with a master plan for the whole area, because I fear, a little bit like Caroline from the Preservation Trust said, that we've just seen increasing numbers of individual applications. So it would be lovely to see something that covers the whole site. But for me, that means covering the whole site, including this area where we've got this current application in front of us for 8 houses. And unfortunately, as we said at the last meeting, it is very difficult to justify having an application in front of us for 8 new houses, which add no more affordable housing, which would bring down further the percentage of affordable housing. This is in a policy area where we should have 40% affordable. We're already at 33%, and we may, if we approve this, it goes down to 31%. The other point I would like to make is around the design and the overdevelopment. I do feel it was quite clear when people who were less familiar with the site saw the site visit that the drop of, I think the case officer said it was 3.3 metres at some stage, between that and top yard cottages does allow for overlooking and doesn't enhance the conservation area and the World Heritage Site. So again, I'm in the position of feeling quite torn, but this time I do feel that the balance will go that I will be supporting the officer's recommendation, unless I hear any arguments from my colleagues that persuade me otherwise, that this goes so against our affordable housing policy and is overdevelopment and doesn't enhance the World Heritage Site. So I won't be supporting the application at this stage.
Thank you, Councillor Rigby. And I have to say that I'm personally not very happy that the access to the public highway has been removed for all but foot passengers or movement, and I think there's an opportunity to open up for cycling, not cars obviously, but cycling. I've got Councillor Jackson.
In view of the remarks about Councillor Rigby not being visible, I put my video back on. You might, of course, want to admire my cat. But seriously, I think this is some very grave principles behind this whole application. Yes, I think it's really important that we find the mechanisms for collaborating with developers and working together to get housing come forward, which meets with our aspiration as Bath and North East Somerset councillors. I'm afraid I find it very difficult to accept a proposal which does not include any affordable housing. And as has been already remarked, £500,000 for a dwelling is not affordable for your average person. So I'm therefore proposing that we accept the officer's recommendation, because we just do not have the facts, the figures, and what we need to know to see if this could possibly have an exemption. But I really don't think it can. That's the first point. We have to have affordable, really affordable housing. I would prefer provided by one of our social landlords or housing associations or something like that. Secondly, I think that the question of the design is also unacceptable, that if these houses are built on this site, they will dominate the hilltop and they're far too closely packed together for what is basically a suburban location on the edge of countryside. And this looks like something that ought to be down in the middle of Bath. And finally, looking at the urban design of the thing, I think the point is well made about the access, but it would have been better if they had followed on the curve round from the end of the houses that have been completed over the other side of the fence. So you've got more of a crescent effect rather than this very harsh line at right angles to the top yard cottages. Or maybe if they'd even taken the line upward from the top line cottages, because what we have to remember is that this site is highly visible, and that's why I think this urban design is unacceptable. So I move the officer's recommendations.
Thank you, Councillor Jackson. I've got Councillor Davies wants to speak, but I've got Councillor Craig. Councillor Davies, did you want to second that?
I can second some of it, but not all of what was said. So I'm quite happy to second it if it's as the officer's recommendation, recommendation is printed. But I don't know if Eleanor wanted to add some other points, which I wasn't prepared to second.
No, I'm quite happy to just have it as the officer's recommendation. I was really trying to explain the background to my thinking. So I'll go with the officer's recommendation if you're happy to second.
I'm happy therefore to second that, because I think we've got ourselves on the decision last month in rather a difficult position. And I feel that we really perhaps now do need to go back as to where we are. Saying some of my reasoning won't be the same as Councillor Jackson's, but I think the officer has come to the right decision on this occasion, and therefore I'm quite happy to support that recommendation.
Okay, are there any further comments before we move to a vote? No. Okay, so I will ask you how you wish to vote in alphabetical order, beginning with Councillor Clark, and the motion is to support the officer's recommendation. Councillor Clark.
I support the officer's recommendation.
Thank you. Councillor Craig.
For.
For. Councillor Davis.
Support.
For. Councillor Hodge.
For.
Councillor Hounsell.
Support the officer recommendation to refuse.
Councillor Hughes.
Yeah, I vote for.
For. Councillor Jackson.
For the reasons given by the officer in the report.
Thank you. Yeah. Councillor McPhee.
For.
Councillor McCabe. For. Councillor Rigby.
For.
And Marie, that is unanimous.
Yes, that's unanimous, Chair.
So the committee supports the officer's recommendation to refuse for the reasons given. And I would note that we should take up the developer's offer to have a discussion about what would be acceptable on this site. Officers, I'm assuming, will take that forwards. So we move on to the next agenda item, which is 231 Wells Way, Bath. If the public speakers could be admitted for this item. And I would invite the case officer, Samantha Mason, to present her report. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. I'll just share my screen. Sorry, it's just taking a second to download. Okay, so yes, this application relates to 231 Wells Way in Bath. The application is for the change of use of a dwelling house to a HMO for 4 occupants. So here we have the site location plan and aerial view. The site is located centrally, shown edged in red, with the Wells Way running to the west. On the aerial view,
can I just interrupt? Sorry, can I just interrupt? I'm not seeing your screen. Is anyone else having that problem?
Yeah, can't see the screen.
So sorry, Sam, we can't see your screen.
Oh, right, okay, bear with me.
Yes, there we go.
Has that worked?
Yes.
Sorry about that. Right, so I'll start from site location plans then. So yeah, so this is the site location plan and aerial view. Again, as I said, the site is located centrally there with the edged in red, with the Wells Way running to the west. On the aerial view, it's marked with the black address point. So this is the existing site plan. No alterations to the site are proposed as part of this application. Next are the existing elevations. No external alterations are proposed as part of this application either. The site is set down from the road and into the slope. The front elevation has a single-storey appearance, and you can see the 2 side elevations and the rear, which shows the 2 stories. So these are the existing floor plans. The current dwelling is 4-bedroomed, 3 on the ground floor and 1 on the lower ground floor. The main living space is across the ground floor. The lower ground floor has a separate access and is used as an annex. So next, the proposed plans. The application proposes internal alterations to the layout of the ground floor, none of which require planning permissions themselves. The property will remain 4 bedrooms, and there are no changes to the lower ground floor. So onto the photos. The top view is from the street scene. You can see number 231 set down in the middle there. Then we have the steps leading down to the dwelling, and then steps leading down the side of the dwelling to the rear. And finally, a couple of internal photos. The first one on the left is the ground floor, and the other 2 are inside the annex. So this application passes the stage 1 and 2 test for the change of use of a HMO to a HMO as set out by policy H2 of the placemaking plan. The scheme is considered policy compliant overall. As such, the application is recommended for permission for the reasons outlined in the officer's report.
Thank you very much. Can I invite statements by public speakers and ward councillors? In this order, we have David Pyle speaking against. Are you
Hello.
there, David? Thank you.
Thank you for the opportunity to speak. In common with all the local residents I've spoken to, including the 12 who have submitted objections, I believe that this application should be refused on the grounds of inadequate parking and the potential for noise nuisance. Darren Cox of Highway Development Control states the following in his letter of the 5th of May. There is evidence from surveys carried out for the Department for Communities and Local Government which states that rented accommodation can have up to 0.5 fewer cars than owner-occupied households of a similar size and type. Based on existing room numbers and that proposed, car ownership would be similar to the current use of the property. Given this, it is not considered that there would be a significant impact on the local highway network. This is the theory, but in practice, the reality is likely to be very different. Given that the household that recently vacated the property had 1 car, a 50% reduction is unlikely, and there could be an increase of 400%. There is simply not the space to park more than 1 car outside the property, and there is the real potential for 4 or more cars requiring a parking space. Mr. Cox goes on to say, with regard to houses and multiple occupation, Bath in North East Somerset is currently in the process of preparing a new supplementary planning document, which will include revised parking policy and standards. As part of this exercise, the Transport and Development Scheme have gathered data and evidence related to parking activities associated with student accommodation and HMOs, which will feed directly into revised parking policy and parking standards, providing a robust position forward to ensure an appropriate, level of off-street parking is provided for these types of development. I appreciate that this process is not yet in place, but if, as stated, the intention going forward is to ensure an appropriate level of off-street parking for these types of developments, then surely that should be taken into account at the present time, especially as there is an insufficient level of on-street parking and no off-street parking. Regarding noise nuisance, only local knowledge or a site visit would give an idea of the potential for disturbance. The only useful outside space is a high-level veranda at the rear of the property, which overlooks neighbouring properties. It's about 5 metres from ground level. So those using this space actually look directly into the gardens of the neighbouring properties. They actually peer down, at above head level. This veranda looks across Entry Hill, across the golf course at the back there, and the nature of the enclosed valley means that all noise is very much amplified. I should think the people at Entry Hill will get more noise nuisance than the neighbours, quite honestly.
Okay, your 3 minutes. I'm afraid your 3 minutes are up. Sorry.
Go on.
Okay, thank you very much for your comments.
Thank you.
Can I now have Lee Wadsworth on behalf of the applicant?
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, got you now. Thank you.
Thank you. Sorry, a few technical issues. Thank you for allowing me to make this statement. Firstly, I would like to acknowledge that there have been a number of objections to this application, but I would like to reassure local residents that we are actually very responsible people, and we will take steps to ensure that we mitigate the concerns raised. For example, we will appoint one of the tenants to oversee recycling and rubbish disposal and to keep the property tidy. A new bin and recycling store will be provided. We will also restrict parties and social gatherings within the property through the tenancy agreement. The application is entirely compliant with all relevant planning policies. In fact, I would go as far as saying that the application is delivering exactly what Bath's HMO policy was designed to deliver, namely the dispersal of HMOs outside of current hubs and into the wider community. One of the main objections does relate to parking. The proposal does make no provisions for parking, but the existing property, the existing 4-bedroom property, including the annex, also has no parking. The highways officer has no objection to the proposal, again confirming it is compliant. We are providing cycle storage to encourage the tenants to cycle. Furthermore, the property is in a very sustainable location, being on the main bus route and with local amenities nearby. I would like to come on one of the reasons for the application being called into committee, which relates to the potential loss of a bungalow from the housing mix. I'm not aware of the policy issues in this regard. However, there are 3 points I would like to make. The first is that I can only assume that the concerns here relate to the need for accessible properties for those with mobility challenges. As you would have seen from the photos, the property is in no way suited to anyone with mobility challenges. It's accessed from very steep sets of steps, and the garden is also only accessed by a steep steps or a steep slope. Secondly, I would question whether the property is in fact a bungalow. It's 1 story from the rear, from the front, but it is actually 2 story from the rear. Thirdly, I'm not actually proposing to change the form of the building. If it's considered a bungalow now, then it still will be, whether the classification is C3 or C4. So there is no actual loss of bungalow from the housing stock. I'd like to finish by saying that in my view, the property is actually very well suited to an HMO. The steep steps and lack of accessibility to the garden make it unsuited to the elderly and families alike. Moreover, the property is detached, limiting the noise disturbance more typically associated with terraced HMOs. And there's plenty of space for amenity and for cycle and bin stores alike. Finally, I'd like to highlight that the target determination date for the application was actually the 29th of April. Whilst I appreciate we find ourselves in very unpredictable times, the delays are causing some hardship. And as the application is entirely compliant with policy and there are no external changes, can I respectfully request that the committee determine it without further delay so that we can commence works and help the recovery of our ailing economy. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Wadsworth. And can I ask the ward councillor, Councillor Dogood, please?
Thank you, Chair. Good afternoon, fellow councillors. I believe this one is a strategic decision for you and Baines. I live a 15-minute walk from the site and know the location well. 231 Wellsway is a bungalow with half a basement, half because of the slope in the garden. Without the slope, I doubt it would have had any basement in the original design. I should say at the outset that local residents are relieved the initial application was withdrawn. It was, in their view, insensitive and showed a lack of understanding of what students need in terms of space and their well-being agenda. The revised plan going down from 7 students to 4, they still oppose, as there is still concern about extra cars being parked in an area with no RPZ, extra refuse and associated issues, and of course, if this is student accommodation, the lottery of student neighbours. Some are civic-minded, others are not, with potential for antisocial behaviour and particularly noise at night. Today, I want to put the strategic case. Do we really want to lose a bungalow to a student HMO? Is now the time for more student HMOs with what is happening at our 2 universities in Bath? And do we really want to lose more council tax to a student HMO at this time? I respect the recommendation of the Officer to Permission, given the core strategy of 2014 and placemaking of 2017. I also understand policy H2 and criteria 1 and 2, but these dates demonstrate these policies belong to a different pre-COVID world. First, the senior leadership teams at both universities are making it very clear they are no longer growing. The VC at Bath Spa was very specific in a recent Zoom discussion. She said, quote, "New student accommodation is wasted. We are not growing. If we were to need new accommodation, we would prefer to build on campus, and we're in permanent dialogue with our landlord, the Duchy. As for the bigger University of Bath, they are regrettably in the midst of a major redundancy consultation due to prospective falling student numbers and loss of overseas students. Both universities do not know where the numbers are going to be in September, but they know that they won't be up. Would you pay £9,250 fees plus the accommodation of £550 per month for a blend of little traditional and a lot of virtual learning? Nationally and locally, nationally the FT and local properties specialists talk of a prospective implosion in the student-let market in September. The timing looks all wrong for this application. Then there's the strategic importance of bungalows. They're now a declining part of our national stock, about 7%. They're declining not because demand is declining, but because developers can take and make so much more money out of higher density developments. In 2019, just 2% nationally of new builds were bungalows for that reason. The strategic importance of bungalows is that they are somewhere that the over 55s can downsize to, thus freeing up the underutilised family homes for the younger BAMES generation. They help the BAMES housing market. Why are they so popular with elderly residents? Well, bungalows are easy to maintain because of easier access to the gutters and roofs. Bungalows lend themselves to more spacious living as they need less structurally supporting walls. But don't take my word for it. Look at the YouGov poll in 2018 that showed 54% of over 65s would consider moving to a bungalow. That's 6.5 million Brits. Indeed, in 2018, an all-party parliamentary group on housing urged council planners to increase the number of bungalows to secure appropriate housing for the over 65s. If we're thinking about the over 65 need and we want to address the housing affordability crisis in BAMES, the last thing we should be doing is moving bungalows into student accommodation. Finally, in the biggest recession since 1709, with the biggest squeeze there's ever been on BAMES finances, is it really sensible to take another property out of council tax? I'm led to believe that BAMES loses circa 4 million a year in lost council tax on student accommodation. Do we really want to add to this? I urge you to reject this application. It makes no sense in the living with COVID virtual learning and now contracting university sector. It makes no sense in a BAMES housing stock that needs more bungalows, not less. And it makes no sense for a unitary authority, through no fault of its own, is striving to see off the threat of a 114 declaration and doesn't want any further reduction in its council take. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor Dogood. So can we have questions to the officers? I've got Councillor Jackson. You are muted, Eleanor, if you're speaking. Councillor Jackson, are you still with us? Could maybe move on to Councillor Rigby.
Thank you very much, Chair. Yes, I've got two questions. First of all, we're talking about this being converted into a HMO. That just is an HMO. There's no tie for this necessarily being a student HMO. I think I'm correct in saying that, but it'd be nice if you could confirm it. And the second thing, I think I'm right, but again, I would like your confirmation, is if we go along with this change of use from C3 to C4, under our current policies, there is nothing to stop that going into a sui generis property with up to maybe 14 people staying in it, because we wouldn't require currently another change of use. So can you just confirm that in fact my knowledge is up to date on both those matters?
Yes, thanks. So yeah, in terms of the HMO use, it's just for unrelated individuals. That could be students, but it could be young professionals or anyone else, basically. So 3 or more unrelated individuals. It's not tied to being students. In terms of the further change of use, I mean, yes, this application's for C3 to C4. As far as I understand it, a further application would be required for the change of use above that from C3 to sui generis. so 7 or more occupants. So at that time, the council could assess whether or not that would be acceptable. Obviously, it would be in the HMO use already, but it would be a change of use to sui generis, which would be the first.
Okay, I have to point out that we did object to an HMO expanding from C4 to sui generis when it came back for consideration, and that went to appeal and we lost because we don't have the policies to reassess.
Could I just come back on my, could I just come back on my first point? Do you mind? Sorry, just on my first point. And thank you very much for confirming that. And so it's only when it's a student HMO we actually lose the council tax. I just think we need to be clear on some of the things that have been said already. If it was an HMO that was just 3 unrelated people who weren't students, we would still in fact be getting council tax from this property.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Rigby.
But I'm not entirely sure on council tax regulations. I apologise.
No, I think Councillor Rigby is correct. Is Councillor Jackson back? No. Councillor Hodge.
Just a quick question about the size of the rooms for the case officer. I couldn't see them on the diagrams, and is there any minimum size to the rooms that is acceptable for an HMO?
So we don't have space standards enshrined within our own policy, but there are national space standards. I actually took this application on from another officer, so I don't know the size of the rooms off the top of my head, but I believe they do meet the national space standards, and that is why it was initially changed as well. Part of the reason from going down from having 2 people, double rooms, and so on. As far as I know, looking at it, it does. I think it's about 35 square meters. But yeah, I don't have the exact figures in front of me, but it looks to be the case.
Okay, thank you.
Councillor Davis.
Mine isn't a question, and I know there's someone else coming after me, Councillor Hughes. I don't know if his is a question. If not,
okay,
I'll say something else.
Thank you, Sally. Councillor Hughes, did you have a question for the officer?
Yes, just a very quick question. So the location we're talking about, do you know how many other HMOs there are in this road?
I'm afraid I don't know how many exactly are in this road. What I do know is it's outside of the saturated areas. So it did pass the stage 1 and 2 tests for the HMO. So it's not a saturated area.
Okay, are there any further questions to the officer? Okay, nothing's coming up. So Councillor Davis, to open it up to debate, Councillor Davis, you wanted to speak.
Yeah, thank you. I noticed this application's gone through a change down from 7 to 4 beds, and I feel a point was made by Councillor Rigby. It's HMO, not necessarily for students, and not time was spent talking about students, but it is actually an HMO, and it could be for anybody to use it. And there was a lot of time talking about it being a bungalow and about the property being easy for those over 65. Well, I'm over 65 just, and I can't say I'd find those steps going up and down particularly easy. And to me, it didn't look like a bungalow. I appreciate bungalows are easier with several things, but that didn't strike me as that particular property being a bungalow which would appeal to that older age group, which I include myself. And therefore, I think it's gone through some alterations or changes as it's progressed through the planning system, and I'm quite happy to support the officer's recommendation as printed.
Thank you. Would anybody
Eleanor
like to say
Jackson joined the meeting.
Right. I'm looking for a seconder for Sally's motion. I haven't got a seconder. Oh, Councillor Hounsell.
I was just going to make the point before we come to a vote. Councillor Dugas spoke very eloquently, and lots of his thoughts I might agree with, but we are obliged to apply the policies that we have, and I think that this application is policy compliant, and I would support the officer recommendation. Thank you.
Are you happy to second Councillor Davis's motion to support the officer's recommendation?
Can we just see if there's somebody else who would wish to do that?
Okay, we're looking for a seconder for Councillor Davis.
I'm happy to second it.
Councillor Clark.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you very much. We have a motion and a seconder to accept the officer's recommendation. Were there any further comments? No further comments coming in. Right, we'll move to a vote in that case. So the motion is to accept the officer's recommendation. Councillor Clark?
I accept.
I think four. You're four. Thank you. Thank you. Councillor Craig?
4.
Councillor Davis?
4.
Councillor Hodge?
4.
Thank you. Councillor Hounsell?
4.
Councillor Hughes?
Against.
Councillor Jackson?
Well, I still have to abstain because I got kicked out of the meeting briefly, and what disturbs me is I wasn't able to phone back in again, so I've had a break in transmission.
Okay,
So
so
I
thank you
abstain.
for letting me know. Councillor Jackson is either abstaining or is ineligible to vote because she was not part of the wholly there for the discussion. So move on to Councillor McPhee. Councillor McPhee?
4, sorry.
Thank you. Councillor McCabe against. Councillor Rigby?
Abstain.
Abstain.
Matt.
Hello? Yes?
Sorry. Am I allowed to amend my vote? I said the wrong thing. No.
You said the wrong thing.
Yeah, I'd like to abstain.
No.
Don't worry.
I think I have to take the vote
It's too
as
late.
you gave
Yeah,
it.
okay, not to worry. Thank you.
Thank you. What was the outcome of that? Can I ask Marie, Todd?
The outcome was 6 in favour, 2 against and 2 abstentions. So that is carried, Chair.
Thank you very much. So the decision is to support the officer's recommendation. Thank you. So moving on, the land between Three Gables and Paysons Croft, Church Lane, Bishop Sutton. Can I ask the host to admit the public speakers for this item? And can I invite the case officer to stay with us, Samantha Mason, and present her report? Thank you.
Thanks, Chair.
Chair, can I just interrupt? Can I be let in on the phone, please, in case I lose the connection again? I'm in the phone waiting room at the moment.
I'll ask the host, is it possible to admit Councillor Jackson by phone? In case she loses her internet again.
I think I'm in now, actually.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, sorry, Samantha Mason, please continue.
Okay, thank you. I'll just broadcast. Hopefully this will work this time.
We can see your screen.
You can? Oh, good. That's a good start. Right.
That's it. Lovely.
Okay, so this application relates to a site between the properties known as Three Gables and Paysons Croft along Church Lane in Bishop Sutton. The application is for the erection of a dwelling. So here we have the site location plan with the area edged in red and the wider site ownership shown in blue. The site is shown with the black address point on the OS map to the right. It is within the housing development boundary, which is marked by the black line and located on the very edge of the Mendips AONB. Next, we have an aerial view just for some context. Again, the site is marked with the black address point. Next, the existing site survey and site levels. The 2 existing neighbouring properties are shown to the left and right. This slide shows the proposed site plan. You can see the footprint of the proposed building. The parking and refuse area is to the front, and the extent of the garden to the rear, which is bound by a hedge. Here we have the existing street scene, again showing the two larger properties either side. And the proposed street scene, following a number of revisions, a more traditional appearance has been adopted for the dwelling. Next, we have the elevations. So the front elevation is shown top left. The east-facing elevation towards the neighbours of Pace and Croft is top right. Then bottom left is the rear elevation. And finally shown the west elevation facing towards Three Gables in the bottom right. The walls are to be natural stone with some timber, and a natural slate roof is proposed. These are the proposed floor plans. The proposal will result in a 3-bed dwelling. So finally, some photos. This top photo is looking into the site from the road, and you can see the neighbouring property Three Gables to the right there. The bottom picture is looking across the road to the properties to the north. These photos are taken inside the orchard behind the site, looking back down through the site towards the village, with the second photo looking southeast through the orchard to the trees behind. So the site is contained entirely within the housing development boundary and is considered policy compliant by officers. As such, the application is recommended for permission.
Thank you very much. Can I invite statements from public speakers and ward councillors? And I think Graham Young is first. We've got Graham Young, and then I am expecting Vic Pritchard to speak as well as the ward councillor. Graham, Mr. Young, are you there?
Yes, good afternoon. Can you hear me?
Yes, indeed.
Excellent. So thank you for the opportunity. I'd like to make 3 points, and apologies, you're looking at my ear as I read this out. There have been several previous unsuccessful planning applications on the land which includes this plot being considered today. Previous declines have been on the basis of the minor public benefit given other land identified within the previous housing plan outside of the AONB, weighed against its impact and harm to an undeveloped space within the AONB. The plot in question is the last open space opening up the AONB into Church Lane, which is a popular lane for walkers and young children walking to school. My second point is that the revised plans still stray outside the building line, which would set a precedent for other potential future applications. Indeed, I'm aware of other applications either at appeal or in early stages of thinking, which could also encroach on this beautiful and visually important landscape. In isolation, they may be considered small compromises, but in aggregate, they threaten the integrity of a beautiful and ancient landscape, which should be protected for the wider community to enjoy, as well as protect the habitat of the natural world. Interestingly, with the permitted development of a barn and rebuild of a previous derelict farmhouse in this part of the AONB, the barn owls that used to fly around and hunt in the fields on the hill have disappeared, as have the deer. These decisions do have an impact on our natural world. The third one is more of a personal one, because obviously I live in Three Gables. The proposed development, in my view, is too big, dominant and overbearing, given the size of the plot, and would significantly harm my privacy and living conditions. The proposed development's width pushes it very close. In fact, one of the drawings I think actually doesn't show it that accurately, but the proposed development's width pushes it very close to our house. And both front and rear, i.e. north and south elevations, protrude well beyond the building lines, which materially impact the daylight and sunlight into our main living room, where we spend much of our time, and also our bedroom as well. In addition, a big house will introduce inevitable noise from future occupants, heightened by the close proximity to our main living area and patio. This isn't an area of densely developed buildings, therefore the proposal is out of keeping with immediate mature neighbourhood. Interestingly, these are the same reasons that have led to previous applications being declined, even at appeal. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Is Councillor Pritchard there, please?
Yes, I am.
Thank you very
I
much.
should be brief, but hopefully to the point, in saying that the planning relies heavily on a very prescriptive process, and that enables decisions to be taken to be constant. Now, abuses that are apparent in previous applications remain, albeit they've been tempered. There have been 3 previous applications on this site. All 3 have been refused and held up on appeal. Now, what's been presented now before you on all of the instances that have been outlined by the previous speaker, they are in conflict with the neighbourhood plan, and this has been emphasised. You'll see it in the report that's been submitted by the parish council. So there isn't consistency, and you can say that the proposed development, it does straddle the actually development line front and back of the neighbouring houses and the street scene there. So it is offering a conflict of neighbourhood plans. So I would encourage you to refuse the application. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor. So questions to the officer, and I have sent Councillor Sue Craig, please.
Thank you. Just to talk, I know there's been some issues with design and size and such like previous applications, but just on this one, I believe that there have been some changes to the design and the layout during the course of this application to try and reduce the impact, and also to bring the building into line as far as the street goes. I just wonder whether the officer could just talk a little bit about the street scene, what it looks like, what the other buildings are like, and how, I don't, whether they are higgledy-piggledy or they're very regimented in line, and this would really stick out.
Yeah, so it's my opinion that this proposal would be acceptable within the street scene. There is a mix of dwelling sizes, dwelling styles and characters. Even the neighbourhood plan character area discusses that Church Lane does have various grain and form of dwellings of different eras. I mean, immediately either side are 2 relatively large dwellings, both with slightly different designs and materials. Across the road, you've got bungalows. Further down the site is, down the lane is detached dwellings and so on. So there is a mixed character. The building line does also alter, particularly where this part of Church Lane is curved. So Payson's Croft sits a little bit forward of the proposed dwellings frontage, and Three Gables sits a little bit behind, but I don't consider that to be an issue considering the curved nature of the road and the, as you say, kind of varied nature of that building line overall. I can bring any photos back up if needs be.
Oh, sorry, can I just have a follow up there, Chair?
Yeah.
Sorry, and also what about the spacing between the other buildings in the area?
Yeah, so again, Payson's Croft is the neighbour to the left. That does have a garage, detached garage next to it. So essentially the built form feels like it's quite right up to the boundary. Three Gables is built very close to the boundary on one side and has a small gap on the other. And further down the lane, there are these just, smaller gaps maintained, 1 metre or so. So I don't think the gaps maintained here are out of character. They still don't build right up to the boundary and offer that punctuation through the site.
Thank you.
I've had a request in the chat from Councillor Jackson. Can we look again at the Google Earth picture, please? And are there any other questions to the officer?
I just was going to ask the officer to confirm I'm right that I saw in the report that you accept the site is an infill site.
Yes, I do consider it to be in line with the definition of infill. And
Right.
that's the aerial photo for you there. Can you see that? Hello?
Yes, sorry, we can see it. Right.
Hi, could you zoom in a bit lower, please?
I'm afraid I can't zoom in. It's on a slide on my iPad. I don't have the ability to do that on the iPad.
Fair enough.
Sorry.
Fair enough.
Okay, I've got a question from
Shall I-
Councillor Sean Hughes.
Shall I bring that? Shall I take that off now? Or...
Yeah.
Actually,
Okay.
while you've got the slides up, I was just wondering, are you able to show where the building lines are?
Yeah, so this one's probably a little easier. I mean, you can see the sort of nature of where Three Gables is, Payson's Croft and Vine Cottage, and then the neighbours, which I can't pronounce, is it Green Garth? So you can see the building line isn't uniform along that street there. Similarly to on the other side of the street, and then even so you've got Midsummer Mead kind of set well back there. So yeah, a variety of building locations, and the building line is, I guess, curved, a sort of curved nature there.
Because it does seem that the gap between, is it Vine Cottage and Ramscroft, seems quite large and spacious, whereas the amount of space available means there's very little room going to be between on this side of the road. And have you got an indication of where the AO and B boundary is?
Yes, so if you look on the OS, the coloured OS map here on the right hand side, you can see the housing development boundary there is the black line, and then you can kind of see there's a hatched green area over the kind of south of Church Road. It sort of follows that Church Road line, really. So that's that area there is hatched. That green area is that's the edge of the AO and OB
there. Councillor Hodge. Can't hear you.
Sorry, I can't get my. I've done it now, but I can't see my unmute with the slides up. Okay, could I possibly see the photos again? And do you have could we see the site plan with the position of the house on the plot again?
Yeah, so hopefully you can see the photos there. That's obviously looking into the plot and then looking across the road to the north.
Yeah.
And then that's in the orchard, which is behind. And then, sorry, the site plan.
Site plan with the position in the plot.
Yeah, there you go.
The projection in front of the Three Gables is about a car's length. So is that about 3 meters? It sits forward about 3 meters, possibly.
Possibly, I don't have
building
that. Yeah, possibly.
Okay.
I mean, obviously, Three Gables does kind of bend round itself, so it's got its unique building line itself.
Thank you very much.
Okay. Should I click it down? Sorry.
Let's just see, is there any further questions to the officer while we've got the slides up? Nothing's appearing in my box. Okay, thank you.
Right.
Right, can I open it up for debate? Does anyone wish to make any comments? Councillor Davis.
Thank you. I've looked at this quite carefully, and I know quite a lot of revision has been made to this application. I think it was Councillor Craig referred to that in her questions. And I think the revisions that have been made to this application, particularly with the windows and the material of the design, I think I'm quite happy to support the officer's recommendation. The comment you made about one bit being quite wide, so it goes up to another cottage, it's by Vine Cottage. It's quite a drive up to another cottage. And when I look at the plans which are on the papers that we have on our iPads and so on, it is quite a range of sort of spaces between properties there. And I think that the amendments have been made to this application as it now stands. I'm quite happy to support the office recommendation and therefore would propose that.
Thank you very much, Councillor Davis. And I can see in the chat box that, that Councillor Jackson is willing to second that motion. So we have a motion to support the officer's recommendation. Are there any other further comments before I proceed to a vote? Nope. Okay, so the motion before us is to support the officer's recommendation to permit. Councillor Clark.
For.
Councillor Craig.
For.
Councillor Davis.
For.
Councillor Hodge.
For.
Councillor Hounsell.
For.
Councillor Hughes.
For.
Councillor Jackson.
For.
Councillor McPhee.
For.
Councillor McCabe, I'm against. Councillor Rigby.
For.
So Marie, that looks like it's carried.
That's 9 in favour and 1 against, Chair.
9 in favour and 1 against to support the officer's recommendation to permit. Thank you very much. And we move on to Lambrook Barn, Dead Lane, Lower Swainswick, Bath. Are there, if there's some public speakers, they can be admitted. And can I invite the case officer, Isabel Deone, to present her report, please?
Thank you, Chair. I'll just share my screen. Cool. Can we see that? Is that all right?
Yep. I've got it.
Fab. Okay, so this application is for the erection of a single-storey extension to Lambrook Barn. So this slide shows the site location plan and an aerial view. You can just see Lambrook Barn is marked on the aerial plan. The site is located in Lower Swainswick, outside of the built-up area of Bath. The site is within the Greenbelt and the AONB. The site slopes slightly down towards the west, towards Lambrook, and the most western part of the site is within flood zone 3. The building itself and the site of the extension is not located within this flood zone area. So this slide shows the proposed site plan. As you can see, there's an existing outbuilding which has been constructed under permitted development. The proposed extension is shown, as well as a revised landscaping plan to create a patio area. Here we have the existing ground floor plan of the dwelling. You can see the first floor element as well at the top of this slide, and these bedrooms are located above the bedrooms on the ground floor. Then we have a partial proposed ground floor plan, and as you can see, the extension will project from the rear elevation to form a further bedroom, and then there is also a bathroom proposed adjacent to this bedroom. So this slide shows the existing elevations of the dwelling. The property is rendered and clad in timber. The front elevation faces towards Steadmill Lane, and the rear elevation faces the garden to the west. And then here we have the existing elevations and floor plan of the outbuilding located to the west of the dwelling, which was built under permitted development. There are no proposed changes to this building under this application. And then we have the proposed front and rear elevations. As you can see, there are no changes to the front elevation, which faces east towards Steadmill Lane. The works are contained to the rear elevation, which faces Lambrook and the main garden area. You can see it a bit better on the proposed side elevation. So the top side elevation shows the view as if you're standing in the sort of proposed patio area facing the north, and the view at the bottom of the slide is facing the south. And as you can see, a boundary fence will separate the proposal from the neighbouring land. Moving on to some site photos, this slide shows a photograph of the existing site. This is the rear elevation of the dwelling, and you can just see the edge of the outbuilding on the left-hand side of this image. And then this photo was taken further down the garden towards Lambrook. You can see the dwelling in the background and the outbuilding in front of this in the foreground. And then this image is taken from the south side of the garden, facing towards the area where the extension is proposed. And finally, this image has been taken from where the proposed extension will join the existing dwelling, facing west down the garden towards Lambrook. The proposal is considered to comply with the relevant policies and is recommended for approval for the reasons set out in the officer report.
Thank you. I have no public speakers for this item. Is that still the case, Marie?
Yes, that's right. I'm not aware of any public speakers for this one.
Okay, so questions for the case officer. Councillor Craig.
Thank you, Chair. So similar question to the last one, actually, is just some of the objections are about design being out of keeping, materials inappropriate. So I wanted the officer's view on whether the extension is in keeping with the rest of the property to start with, and then how it fits in with the street scene, and indeed whether that is particularly, and how much of that an issue that is, as I'm not sure that it's visible even from the street, the bit that's being added on.
Yeah, so the extension obviously is quite modern. It's got a flat roof and it will be clad in timber. The existing dwelling, I don't know how well you could see on the photos, but it does already feature some timber cladding, especially on the two end, one of the end elevations, sorry. The property also features, I think it's white render, so it's quite sort of a modern appearance in terms of the materials. And then obviously you've got the outbuilding, which is also clad in timber and has a flat roof. So it's kind of felt that the extension ties in with the dwelling. It's also set, as you can see, there was quite a level change between the dwelling, it drops down. So the extension is kind of set down from the main dwelling. So actually visibility from the front, you're not going to be able to see it particularly well from the front. So in terms of impact to the street scene, it's considered to be quite minimal.
Any other questions for the officer? In that case, we can move to into a debate. Any other comments? Councillor Rigby.
Thank you, Chair. It's not really a comment. I am prepared to move a motion unless anyone else wants to make any other statements.
Well, feel free to make to move.
Okay. I would like to support the officer's recommendation on this, and I'm prepared to so move.
Thank you. Do I have a seconder for that, Councillor Davis?
Quite happy to second the motion that's being put to you.
Thank you very much. Were there any further comments? No further comments. We move to a vote, and this time I will do this in reverse order, still alphabetical, but in reverse order. Councillor Rigby.
For.
Councillor McCabe abstain. Councillor McPhee.
For.
Councillor Jackson.
For.
Councillor Hughes.
For.
Councillor Hounsell.
For.
Councillor Hodge.
Against.
Councillor Davis.
For.
Councillor Craig.
For.
Councillor Clark.
For.
Thank you very much, Marie. That's motion in favour of supporting the officer's recommendation.
Yeah, that's 8 in favour, Chair, 1 against and 1 abstention.
Thank you very much. Have had a couple of requests for a comfort break. So if we take a 5-minute comfort break at this point, please. Is that okay? Yeah. Right. How are we doing?
Hi, I'm back.
Thank you, Councillor Jackson. So it looks like we're still waiting for a couple more councillors. So I've got Councillor Clark, Councillor Craig, Councillor Davis, Councillor Hodge. My view is slightly restricted. No Councillor Hodge, Councillor Hounsell. Yes, Councillor Hughes. Ah, Councillor Hughes is back. Councillor Jackson, Councillor McPhee, Councillor Rigby.
I'm here.
Lovely. So Councillor Hodge.
I'm here, definitely.
Okay, lovely. So we're all back then. Lovely. So moving on, we're at number 4, the land north of 9B Tennis Court Avenue, Poulton. Can I ask the host to admit public speakers for this item and invite the case officer again, Isabel Down, to present her report. Thank you.
So I'm presenting this application on behalf of the case officer, which was Christine Moorfield. This application is for the erection of a detached dwelling at the land north of 9B Tennis Court Avenue in Poulton. The site is located within the housing development boundary and Poulton conservation area. So this slide shows the existing site plan. As existing, the site houses a garage and tarmacked parking area in front of the garage, which faces onto Tennis Court Avenue. And then we have the proposed site plan. And as you can see, the existing garage will be removed and replaced by the detached dwelling. The existing tarmacked parking area to the front will be retained. Moving on to the proposed floor plans, the detached dwelling is proposed to have 3 bedrooms, all on the first floor. And then the proposed elevation. So the proposed dwelling will feature a hipped roof and the materials will match the nearby properties. And then here is a proposed street view, which shows the detached dwelling in the middle of the adjacent site. So on the right-hand side is 9B Tennis Court Avenue. Moving on to some site photographs. So first, this is the site as existing. So you can see the existing flat roof garage and the tarmacked area to the front. This is the garage to the north of the site and then the properties beyond this. This is a photograph of the side elevation of number 9B, which is the property located immediately to the south of the proposed dwelling. Then this view is looking down the site to the east. The properties you can see in the background are on Tennis Court Road. And this view is looking across the site to the north. And this is the view looking north down Tennis Court Avenue, showing some of the other dwellings in the locality. And then a view looking south up Tennis Court Avenue. This image shows 2 remaining garden plots. These are located at the northern end of Tennis Court Avenue. And then this photo shows the properties on the opposite side of Tennis Court Avenue. And then finally, we have some photographs of the terrace properties which front onto Tennis Court Road. The rears of these properties are located to the east of the site. And that's the same group of properties. So the proposal is considered to comply with the relevant policies and is recommended for approval for the reasons set out in the officer's report.
Thank you very much. Can I invite statements by public speakers and ward councillors? And the first is Tracy Pearce. Is Ms. Pearce available?
Read your chat.
No Tracy Pearce, thank you. Right, in that case, can I invite, just in case Ms. Pearce is joining us in the next few minutes, can I invite Councillor Liz Hardman to make a presentation, please? Hang on a sec.
Tracy Pearce is there.
Hang on. Come in under the name Charlie and Willow. I can hear and see you. It's Tracy Pearce. Are we able to help Ms. Pearce speak?
Can you hear me now?
Ah, yes. There we go.
That's because my daughter was using my computer last week to do a school chat, I think. So that's why. I don't know if you can see me, can you?
Yes, we can. Thank
Perfect.
you.
Right. Okay. Sorry. Right, I'll start then. Sorry for the delay. Right. Thank you for the opportunity to state my objections to the proposed build of a single detached house in the rear garden of number 21 Hope Place, which is adjacent to my property, which is actually on the back of 9B Tennis Court Avenue. My objections are as follows. The proposed detached dwelling is the only detached property in the whole of Tennis Court Avenue and is therefore not consistent with any of the other new builds that have been previously granted, as these are all built in pairs. A single detached house is not in keeping with the area. It is also an exceedingly small, odd-looking house with dimensions only slightly larger than our garage, which is 6 metres by 7 metres. To build a 3-bedroom detached house sized at 6 by 9 would look very cramped. This would also set a precedence for others to do the same, which in turn would further reduce off-road parking for owners of houses in Hope Place. The dwelling will also overlook my garden, which will be an invasion of my privacy. It will overshadow the top part of my garden considerably, cutting out significant sunlight to my vegetable plot. It is to be sited directly on the boundary of my property, and having researched all the other properties that have been built in the rear gardens, none of them have been built directly on the boundary of a neighbouring garden. All the other properties are offset from the boundary, allowing for a gate with side path to provide rear access to their gardens. Then we go on to the loss of parking. When the owners of number 21 Hope Place sold the top part of their garden, it included 5 off-road parking spaces, 2 of which were in the garage, which you saw the picture of. Despite photographs that have been provided to try and evidence there is ample on-road parking, it still impacts on other house owners and visitors to the area. Now the owners of 21 Hope Place have no off-road parking. Tennis Court Road, which is where Hope Place is actually built on, is already experiencing more congestion due to their vehicles being constantly parked on the road. The road is narrow and is part of a bus route, which needs plenty of room to swing into Tennis Court Road from Plumtree Road and back again on its return. Hence the reason for the double yellow lines sited outside numbers 18 to 20. The pavement of Tennis Court Road is very narrow in front of the terrace, which already makes it difficult for wheelchair and pushchair users and those less ambulant. This is also a busy route to the primary school, nursery and the swimming pool. The road also leads directly to the recreation ground, which includes a Scout and Guide Hall, a bowls club, a BMX track and a children's park, all very popular with the community, which in turn increases the traffic and pedestrians using Tennis Court Road. To increase the number of vehicles parking at the front significantly increases the risk to visibility, as anyone, but particularly children and those less ambulant, cross the road. The road is commonly used as a rat run to avoid the traffic on the main road through the village to access the A362 to Midsummer Norton and the large Tesco store. The properties adjacent to the proposed detached house also have garages and parking spaces at the rear of their properties, which also includes, next to the property that she showed you, which includes a garage and off-road parking for the occupiers of number 22 Hope Place. This is also consistent with the 4 other pairs of houses that have been built on the gardens. I would therefore ask why the same consideration has not been reached for this application. In the application, it also states the garage and garden have not been used since 2018. This is factually incorrect, and I have photos as recent as the 3rd of June to dispute that.
Your time is up. Can you finish off?
Yep, okay, sorry. The owners of number 21 Hope Place have now placed their property on the housing market. As it's a 4-bedroom property, it is likely to attract a large family to live there, which in turn will increase the number of vehicles parking on Tennis Court Road, sorry.
Thank you very much. Thank you, and I'm glad we got to you.
Thank you, yeah, sorry about
for the
that.
confusion. Councillor Hardman.
Thank you. Chair, thank you very much for bringing this planning application before this committee and for allowing me to speak. To understand this application, I need to make you aware of the geography and layout of the area. There are 2 roads very similarly named called Tennis Court Road and Tennis Court Avenue. They run parallel to each other. Tennis Court Avenue is a well-established council estate made up entirely of semi-detached houses with some new semi-detached houses added to it, and this is where the proposed new detached build is located. Tennis Court Road is totally different. It's mainly market housing, some older terraced houses, bungalows, semi-detached and detached houses. The 2 roads couldn't be more different to each other. The row of terraced houses on Tennis Court Road, by the way, is called Hope Place. This row of older terraced homes have their frontage on Tennis Court Road, but their long gardens go all the way back to Tennis Court Avenue, so they connect one road with the other. This application site is in the garden of 21 Hope Place on Tennis Court Road, but it fronts onto Avenue. The principle of housing development has been established in Tennis Court Avenue, a street mainly made up of entirely made up, say, of semi-detached. However, 5 new buildings built on Tennis Court Avenue, as you saw in the picture, in the back gardens of the terraced homes fronting Tennis Court Road, every single one of these newer buildings is semi-detached, in keeping with the character of the street scene on Tennis Court Avenue. There will be some residential amenity law. House number 9B will have sunlight blocked from the kitchen window, and the top half of the garden next door will have light blocked to it. But returning to 21 Hope Place, Tennis Court Road, in whose back garden the detached house will be built, this property will have no parking spaces. The double garage and 3 parking spaces it uses will make way for the new development, leaving the occupant of 21 Hope Place, Tennis Court Road, a 4-bedroomed house with no parking spaces. They will have to park on an already crowded, busy road. Tennis Court Road, as Tracy has said, is a main access road leading to Paulton Infant and Junior Schools, the swimming pool and the Children's Centre. So busy is it that double yellow lines have actually been painted outside numbers 18 to 20 Hope Place on Tennis Court Road to enable the buses to access the schools, etc. Highways have expressed their concerns, but now they say the access and parking arrangements are considered acceptable. But this is for the new build, this application on Tennis Court Avenue. The original home, 21 Hope Place, a 4-bedroomed home, will be left with no parking other than on this already crowded Tennis Court Road street. However, the main argument against this proposed new development is that a detached house would not reflect the character and appearance of the road. Tennis Court Avenue is made up entirely of semi-detached houses. It's difficult to understand how a detached house would maintain the character and appearance of the surrounding area. It would totally upset the street scene. 2 other applicants have been put forward for detached houses on Tennis Court Avenue, and I know each application is unique. However, both were refused, and both were refused by the inspector at appeal. The last application, 30 Avenue, came before you last October. You rejected it, and when it went to appeal, the inspector also rejected it as well. The local council, representing local people, Paulton Parish Council, has also come out strongly against this development. To conclude, the proposed development would totally disrupt the street scene, being the only detached house in a street of 30 semi-detached dwellings. It would displace up to 5 parking spaces onto an already congested road with no parking provision for the parking spaces lost. A precedent has been where 2 very recent applications in Tennis Court Avenue were rejected and both appeals dismissed by the Planning Inspectorate. And lastly, object. Thank you, fine. Thank you.
Sorry, Councillor Hardman, you dropped out from time to time and completely missed your last point there. If you want to just make your last point again. And when you said "and finally," don't forget to unmute yourself though.
I won't, but luckily I have actually given you a copy of my speech. So I hope what you have missed, you know, in transmission is actually in paper, good old paper in front of you. I would say finally, Poulton Parish Council strongly objects to this application, but the main point here is that this development would totally disrupt the street scene, being the only detached house in a sea of semi-detached houses. Precedents have been set, detached homes applications have been put forward, you rejected them, the inspectorate has rejected them. So I would urge you to reject this application also. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor Hardman. Questions to the officers. Councillor Rigby first.
Sorry, I'm not a question to the officer. I want to speak after the questions to the officers.
Okay.
I think Councillor Craig had
Councillor
a question
Craig.
to the officer.
Councillor
Actually,
Craig.
I thought I was in first, but never mind.
Yeah, Eleanor was in first.
Oh, Eleanor, Councillor Jackson. Sorry. Oh, sorry, the time. Okay.
How could you possibly overlook me, Chair?
Sorry.
I believe the highways officer made an actual physical site visit to this area, and I wondered if he'd like to comment a bit more about this issue of parking. And I asked this because I got a notification from the Waste and Recycling Department today to say they hadn't managed to pick up the recycling from Tennis Court Road or Tennis Court Avenue. Now, I don't know why, but I have a suspicion there may be problems getting the wagon up the road when everybody's parked up. Could you perhaps like to expand a bit further on the parking issues, please?
Yes, certainly, Councillor. You are correct. I did visit site on the 18th of June after discussions with the planning case officer, where it became apparent that parking may be an issue that would come before the committee today. I myself didn't have any issue parking on the road itself, and took photographs of the garages and the parking areas at the front. I understand from Councillor Hardman and also from the other speaker that the garages are used. The information provided to us from the applicant was that the garages were actually used for storage, and that parking took place to the front on the forecourt. Whilst I was there, I didn't observe any parking activities on the application site at all. That's not to say that one of the garages wasn't in use. I couldn't see because the shutter was down. However, if you look at the two garages, the garage to the left had a skip placed in front of it, so that ruled out any parking within that garage and that parking space. So I can only go on my observations, which were made on the 18th of June, which suggest that at that time there were no parking activities either on the forecourt. And as I say, the right-hand garage may have been in use, but unfortunately the roller shutter door was down, so I wasn't able to see.
Does that answer your question, Councillor Jackson?
Well, I mean, the question is also whether larger vehicles can get up and down there. I don't know whether the recycling wagon would have to reverse up the road like they do around here in Radstock, or whether it would be clear. And then the second point, with this house that's going to be proposed to be built, is there any sort of adequate turning, or would vehicles have to reverse on and off the road, which, if we imagine is parked up in the way I suspect it is, could be quite hazardous if a vehicle is reversing off the front of the new house. But my other question is a little bit different. I'm afraid I didn't have time to check the Poulton neighbourhood plan, whether it has any sort of design code in it, or any. I mean, the urban design point has been made very strongly by both Councillor Hardman and the speaker, but I'm not. It's not clear to me whether there's any sort of policy that gives a steer on urban design in Poulton, but the case officer might know. Thank you.
Happy to come back on those two highway points, Chair. I'm afraid I don't know what happens with the refuse and recycling collection vehicles at the moment, Councillor. It wasn't refuse collection or recycling collection day whilst I was there. So unfortunately, I don't have that information to hand. With regards to the potential highway safety issue with cars reversing into the highway from the parking area, that is something that happens now. The forecourt is there, and those activities of reversing into the highway when people drive off of the highway in a forward gear happen now, and there's no evidence to suggest that that is prejudicial to highway safety.
Isabel,
and in response to your question about the Portal Neighbourhood Plan, I'm actually not sure myself if there is a design code. I wasn't the case officer on this case, but having spoken to Christine, she's happy with the design of the property. Feels that sort of the hit roof and materials are enough to kind of reflect the character. There also hasn't been an objection from conservation in this case, but I'm afraid I'm not able to answer your question in terms of a design code.
Councillor Craig, then please.
Thank you. I wonder whether you could go back to the slides. Given the comments, I'm just like to see again about the size of the floor plan and also the size, the amount of space the property takes up on the site, so the site layout as well.
Yeah. So this is the proposed site plan. So you see the dwelling is here, and then this is the tarmac area in front. And then
is that a garden at the back?
Yes, this is the garden area to the rear, and then the floor plans are here. If you can see those.
So just to ask the officer a question, in your view, are they, is that reasonable size for a 3-bed? I can't pick up any of the measurements on the screen, it's too small.
Again, obviously I wasn't the officer, but I think the measurements, the dwelling will measure 6 by 9, and it'll have a total floor area of 108 square metres, which the case officer feels in this case is sufficient for a 3-bedroom dwelling.
Okay, and sorry, just can I also see the view again at street level? Have you had a photo or?
Yes, so this.
To envisage it on the plot, really.
Sorry, hang on, let me. So we've got the proposed street view that's been drawn up. So this is 9B adjacent to the detached dwelling. And there's a photograph of the existing site. So that's 9B just there. And then this is the existing garage. So the dwelling will be positioned where the existing garage is. I don't have a wider view for you, I'm afraid, of the images that I have here.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, I just have a note to say we have got a comment regarding the neighbourhood plan. Chris Gom, are you there?
Thank you, Chair. Just to come back on the point that was raised regarding Poulton and neighbourhood plan. There is no made neighbourhood plan for Poulton at the moment. As I understand it, they are working towards producing one, and so there will be one at some point in the near future. But there isn't one at the moment, or a draft one that we can give any sort of meaningful weight to. So there's no specific Poulton design policies, but there are obviously the general design policies in the core strategy and in the placemaking plan. Probably the most relevant of which is policy D2, which requires development to contribute positively to their context and not harm local character, and so on. Obviously, it's officer's opinion that from a design point of view, this proposal is acceptable, but obviously it is open to the committee to come to a different view on that issue. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. So we're still on questions to the officers. Councillor Rigby, when the questions are finished. Councillor McPhee. You're on mute. This could be intellectually brilliant, but you're on mute.
Yeah. It's not, but well, one thing is, I mean, it's pretty difficult if you're going to put a property there for it not to be detached. There's no other properties around to stick it on. So, I mean, you know, just from that perspective. But what I was more interested in to ask the question, what is the gap between 9B and the property? Can you estimate that, Isabel?
I don't have the measurements before me, I'm afraid. So
Or the gap between the property and the perimeter.
Boundary.
The boundary.
I can get the site plan back up if that would help, but I don't have the physical measurements in front of me.
Right. Okay, let's have a quick look.
Just share screen.
But it does appear to be right on the other boundary.
That's right. So it's right on that boundary, but it does have a gap, which is difficult to know how much it is. I mean, just from an overlooking point of view, there seems to be a fair bit of distance between 9B and the new property.
Yeah, I mean, I know that the level of, sorry, if I just go back to the street view to show, is that property will be slightly lower. There is a slight level change. You can see it in the photograph. So the dwelling will be set slightly lower than 9B.
Okay.
Okay. I've got some more questions here. Councillor Davis.
Yes, really, it's for the highways officer. I think the parking that people keep referring back to is linked to the Hope Terrace property, which used to own this land, but there's nothing really now within this policy that we can do about that. Am I right in thinking that? I don't think the parking issue that people complain about is so much about this particular development. It's the fact that they're going to lose it on Hope, I think it was Hope Place on Tennis Court Road. Could you just clarify that? Because I think you said you'd looked at it, but you were looking at this property rather than the property that the land had originally come from. And the problem is, I think, but perhaps the highways officer could clarify, there's nothing we can do about that. Am I correct in that?
Again, Darren, you'll need to unmute yourself if you're going to.
Sorry, Chair, I put the video back on, but not the unmute button. Yes, thank you, Councillor. I'm led to believe by the original planning case officer that the site was sold on the 5th of February of this year, and that since then the existing parking in both the garages and on the tarmac forecourt has only been available to the new owner of this land. With regards to the existing parking, if there was evidence that any existing parking was displaced onto the highway, which was detrimental to highway safety, then we would consider that in more detail. But that's not something that's come to our attention.
Okay, Councillor Clark.
Yeah, thank you. Much seems to have been made of the fact that this was a detached house, but according to the officer, it meets the design requirements and so on. And that there seemed to be an implication that previous applications had been turned down because they were detached, which seems odd. Are we supposed to give some weight to the fact that a detached house is being built, albeit in a sympathetic design to the houses around it? I'm just surprised if we are. I wonder if somebody could advise me.
I'm happy to answer that one. Obviously, every case, every planning application is assessed on its own merit. I mean, I don't know the circumstances of the other dwellings which have been dismissed at appeal, but this one is seen to comply with the relevant design policies in officer's opinion. Obviously, as Chris Gon rightly says, the committee need to come to their own judgment on that. But in terms of the dismissed appeals, every case is assessed on its own merit, and every case is different.
Chair, can I just make a supplementary point therefore? I mean, assuming the garages are going to be demolished, surely the detached house will be more attractive than those garages for the people who live on either side of it. Just a statement, I guess.
Okay. Okay, Councillor Hughes.
Thank you. I'm just wondering if you could clarify. I'm just trying to understand the relationship between 9B Tennis Court Avenue and 21 Hope Place. Could we call the slides up and just clarify that for me?
Yeah, that's fine. Sorry, let me just share my screen again. So 9B is here, and as far as my knowledge, 21 Hope Place is at the other end, at the rear end of these gardens at the back. I don't have a wider site plan, I'm afraid, to show you, but this shows, so this is taken from behind the garage that's on the site, so you can see the properties at the other end of the garden that front onto Tennis Court Road. It's these ones here.
So what relevance is 21 Hope Place to this application?
So 21 Hope Place sold off the parking area to the applicant on 5th of February. So that's the link between those two.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, Councillor Hounsell.
I think my question has actually been answered by the answers to questions from Councillor Davis and others. We're looking at the application in front of us, and the parking arrangements seem to be completely satisfactory. So again, maybe the officer can confirm that historical considerations about parking that might have been displaced in another property, I guess is not relevant to this. You know, what has happened, and we're looking at this application for which the parking seems perfectly satisfactory. Would that be a correct view of the situation?
Yes, so the view is essentially that the land has been sold off. It is in sole ownership of the applicant, who can use the parking area. The property is 3 bedrooms, so to be policy compliant needs at least 2 spaces, which there would be at least that on the driveway to the front. So in that respect, it's considered to be policy compliant. I don't know if Darren has anything you want to add to that, but that's our view.
Sorry, I need to unmute myself. Just to add to what the planning case officer said, just to echo that the land was sold on the 5th of February of this year, and that any parking displaced from there onto the public highway, in our view, is already happened. As parking is now only available to the new owner of the land. Nothing has come to our attention since the 5th of February that any additional parking on the public highway has had an effect on either highway safety and or residential amenity. So that's the basis for our comments.
Thank you. Councillor Hodge, still on questions to the officers?
Actually, it wasn't a question. It was. It's difficult. No, it's around a site visit. Whether there's a feeling for a site visit, but I don't know whether we go on to that later.
Are there any further questions to the officers? In which case, okay, right. I did have Councillor Rigby who wanted to ask a question once we'd finished with questions to the officers. And I'd like to go ahead.
Thank you. I was going to say that I find this quite a difficult decision to make, and unfortunately this isn't an area of the authority I know particularly well, and to me it absolutely hinges on what the street scene would look like. I've heard very compelling arguments from the ward councillor, and looking at the plans that we had put up, it does appear to me to be very, very close to the boundaries on both 9A and 9B. So my proposal was going to be actually a site visit, because I think without that I will not know. I don't feel I'll have enough information to make the decision that I need to make, because I understand exactly what the officer's saying, but on the other hand, I would like to have a site visit and then actually see what the street scene would look like.
Okay, so that's a proposal for a site visit. Lucy, am I right in thinking you'd second that?
Yes, I think for the same reasons as seconding the case made by the local councillor about the character of the area and the strong case, and it's really difficult to appreciate from this perspective. So I think it is important.
Okay, so we have a motion to have a site visit Councillor Hansel, did you want to add something at that point before we go to a vote?
I just wanted to say that this is really the only consideration that's left to determine about the street scene. I think everything else seems to be compliant. Yes, I would go along with the proposal for a site visit. It's if only to show that we've actually taken that very much into account when we make our final decision.
Okay, moving to the vote then. The proposal is to have a site visit in respect of this application. I'll go in reverse order again to give Councillor Clark a moment to consider. So Councillor Rigby.
4.
4. Councillor McCabe, 4. Councillor McPhee. Haven't heard you.
God.
He's gone to sleep.
Abstain. Councillor Jackson.
4.
Councillor Hughes.
4.
Councillor Hounsell.
4.
Councillor Hodge.
4.
Councillor Davis.
4.
Councillor Craig.
4.
Councillor Clark.
For what it's worth, against.
Okay, so Marie, is that 7 in favour, 1 abstain, 1 against?
That's 8 in favour, 1 against, 1 abstain.
Okay, so that's a site visit. Thank you. Okay, the next item is the trustees of 31 James Street West, which is the Liberal Democrat headquarters. So at this point, I will be excusing myself along with, because I will be working in that building, along with Treasurer Councillor McPhee and committee member Councillor Rigby. And so I hand over to Councillor Sally Davis, Vice Chair Sally Davis, and I ask the host to put us in a meeting in the waiting room.
Thank you very much. So presume they're now in the waiting room. Yes, it says they have. So I will now invite the case officer, which is Helen Ellison, to report the case to us, please.
Thank you, Chair.
I'm actually still in the room that I'm not meant to be in at the moment.
Yeah, me too.
Perhaps I could pop in the chat when they're in. Let me have a look and see. Doesn't tell me yet. Four in the waiting room. Maybe we're nearly there. Got 4 in there now. If the host could let me know when they're all in the waiting room, that would be helpful, please. Thank you. Now all in the waiting room. Thank you very much. Thank you. Okay, Helen, over to you now.
Okay, thank you, Chair. These applications seek to vary a number of conditions attached to approvals for listed building consent and planning permission that were granted earlier on in the year at the Liberal Democrats office on St James Street West. Before I run through the proposed variations, I'd just like to clarify that in respect of item 6, Section 16 of the Planning, Listed Buildings and Conservation Areas Act 1990 does not apply to this application because it is being considered under Section 19. However, members are advised that in considering whether to grant the variation, that special regard should still be had to the desirability of preserving the building or its setting or any features of special architectural or historic interest which it possesses. Also, by way of update, members are advised that no objection has been raised to item 5 by Bain's Drainage and Flooding Team. So for both items 5 and 6, the variation of the plans list, condition 7 for both, is sought, and which proposes slight reconfiguration of the ground floor layout to the rear of the building, and involves relocation of the accessible WC from the new extension, which you can just see here, to a new position within the existing rear wing, which will be retained, obviously. The other change is to the rear and side elevations. And
we haven't actually, unless anyone else can see the screen, we can't actually see the screen very well. It's not shared.
Right. Is that okay?
No, sorry, we still can't see anything. Chris, I don't know if you've got a copy of them that you can share at all.
Not that's available to me at the moment, no. What's the issue, Helen?
Yeah, because on the screen I've got here, it's showing as a share screen and up as a full slide.
Chris, I think I might have access to it if that helps, Sam.
Oh yes, yes please, Sam.
Yeah, shall I have a go?
Yes, please.
They're in the folder with the rest, aren't they, Helen? That's right.
That's right, yeah, items 5 and 6.
Yeah,
so Sam shows them and Helen will talk through it and we'll work it from there.
Yeah, bear with me. I'll just come out of mine. So it was items 5 and 6, that one there, yeah?
That's right, yeah.
Is that working for everybody?
We can see them, yeah, we can see them.
So Helen, you just tell me when to click through, all right?
Okay, just...
Thanks, Sam.
Okay.
If you'd like to start again, Helen.
Okay, shall I start with the amendments rather than the just the updates?
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah, so if we could just have a look at the, I think it's the 3rd slide and the plan.
This one?
That's right. So at the rear of the building, there's a small a sort of rectangular shaped room, which was going to be the WC, accessible WC. And now if you go to the next plan slide 4.
Yeah.
You can see that it's relocated to the right-hand side within the existing rear wing.
Next.
And then actually if you do slide 5, which should be the elevations.
Yeah, front and rear elevations.
Okay. So here the amendments to the side and the rear. So as approved, it had a corner glazed screen, and that would be replaced with a simple pair of glazed doors. That's essentially the changes. Then the items, as regards item 6 of the proposed variation of condition, a specification for an archaeological watching brief has been submitted, and South West Heritage Trust confirmed that it meets the requirements of condition 6. And as regards item 5, the proposed variation of condition 3, a construction management plan, has been submitted and is considered acceptable by Highways DC. So in summary, the proposed variations of conditions as set out in the delegated reports are recommended for approval.
Thank you very much. Thank you. So first of all, I don't think there are any public speakers. So if the ward councillor, well, first of all, any questions to the officer? Nothing appears to have come up. As the ward councillor, I believe is you, Sue. Craig, would you like to say anything?
No, thank you. I don't have any comments.
Thank you. In that case, got any questions? So nothing. So we need to move on to the debate, please. And so if somebody would like to say something, Councillor Jackson.
Well, I was just going to say that I think these amendments are actually quite an improvement on the original arrangements that we approved, and I'd therefore like to propose that we accept the officer's recommendations both for 5 and for 6.
Thank you. Thank you. I just need a seconder, please. I think Councillor Clark is moving there. Councillor Clark?
Yes, I second that.
Okay. Is there any other comments? No, I have to take this in 2 votes. One is for listed building and the other one is, I think, yeah, one is variation. So what is on our agenda as number 5 for the variations, if I read them out in alphabetical order that I have here in front of me. So this is proposed and seconded as set out in what is our agenda number 5. So Councillor Clark?
For.
Councillor Craig?
For.
Myself, 4. Councillor Hodge?
4.
Councillor Hounsell?
4.
Councillor Hughes?
4.
And Councillor Jackson?
4.
And then for our agenda item 6, the same people proposing and seconding.
Yep.
That, yes. Yeah.
Yes.
Vic, happy with that as well? Yes. So the same order. But Councillor Clark?
4.
Councillor Craig?
4.
Myself, 4. Councillor Hodge?
4.
Councillor Hounsell?
4.
Councillor Hughes?
4.
And Councillor Jackson?
4.
Thank you. So if I could ask the host to let the others back in now, please, that would be helpful. And thank you.
Well, jolly good. Thank you very much. All done?
Yes, we're ready for you to carry on.
Thank you.
I'm back.
Thank you, Hal. Jolly good.
I'm back as well.
Thank you, Amanda. Jolly good. So, moving on then to 51 Lymore Avenue, Twerton, Bath. And can I invite the case officer, Samantha Mason, to present her report? Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. I'll just share my screen. Okay, so I'm presenting this application on behalf of the Planning Officer, Dominic Bactrick. This application relates to 51 Lymore Avenue in the Twerton ward of Bath. The application is for the provision of a loft conversion through a hip to gable extension and a rear dormer. Here we have the site location plan with the site edged in red. The corresponding position on the aerial view is marked with the black address point. This slide shows the existing elevations with the hipped roof form and accommodation across 2 floors. Next, we have the proposed elevations and floor plans. You can see in particular on the front and rear elevation that the roof will now result in a gable end with the large rear dormer visible on the side and rear elevations. Next, the existing and proposed sections and roof plans. If we start with the roof plans, you can see it will go from a hip form, like the rest of those in the street, to a gable shown on the right-hand roof plan. Shown above are the sections which are taken from across the roof as marked on the roof plan, looking in through the side of the building. And then here are some photos. The works have begun, so the application is part retrospective. The lower middle photo shows the existing character of the street scene. Obviously the scaffolding has gone up, so the 2 external photos are showing it as the works have progressed. You can start to see the gable end going in there, and then a couple of internal photos. So to conclude, the proposal is recommended for refusal, given the harm to the character of the local area in line with the officer's report.
Thank you very much. Can I invite statements by public speakers and ward councillors? And the first on my list is Gareth Lyon. Is it Gareth Lyon? Gareth, there you are.
Hear me?
Yes, hello.
Well done. Mr. Chairman, members of the committee, thank you for the opportunity to address you today. As you have seen from the office presentation, the works proposed have been partially undertaken. We unfortunately had some poor advice from our builder, who advised us that he had contacted the planning service and that we did not require permission, but there was no record of this taking place within the planning department. We need additional accommodation for two reasons: to take care of a parent who is coming to live with us and suffers from an autoimmune disorder, and to accommodate our growing young family. The constrained size of our plot means going into the roof space is the only way to extend to provide additional bedroom accommodation. We had observed a number of hip to gable roof extensions in our local area. Indeed, there are two along Lymont Avenue within 100 metres of our house, and many in the city more widely. We discussed our plans with our immediate neighbours prior to commencing the works, and they were very supportive. The case officer does not object to a rear dormer and confirms that the neighbours' living conditions will be safeguarded. He states, however, that despite the presence of other hip to gable extensions in the area, that the proposal will be uncharacteristic of the street and has to be judged on its own merits. There are a variety of buildings in the immediate area, some with hipped and some with gabled roofs, detached, semi-detached and terrace properties of different designs. The character of the area is mixed. Two neighbouring properties on our side of Lymont Avenue have already accommodated roof extensions which sit comfortably within the street. The hip to gable design was chosen as this mirrors the other gabled roofs within the area. Our property is set well back from the road behind several large trees, which to an extent filter views to the property. The angled position of our property in relation to the road means that it is not viewed as being directly in line with the other building and South Down Road. The roof extension will not, therefore, be a prominent addition in the street or appear at odds to neighbouring buildings. We have been really touched by the number of local people who have taken the time to write in to support our application. 34 people in total, including our immediate neighbour, who is fully supportive of the proposals, and our local ward councillor. Based on the public consultation, it is clear that those living in the area do not consider the design to be uncharacteristic or harmful. We, like those in support, feel the design is well considered, respects the character of the local area, and will blend in well. We hope that having seen the proposal, you will feel able to support the development. Thank you for listening. We appreciate this may seem a relatively minor development, but please be assured if approved, it will have a hugely positive effect on our lives, enabling us to meet our accommodation needs and stay within the community that is our home. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Gareth. Kate Knights.
It was actually a joint.
Oh, right. Okay. Thank you. In that case, it's Councillor Paul Crosley.
Hello there. Thank you very much. First of all, I think it's not often you get a small application like this that has 34 people in support and only one against. And I think that's a testimony to the fact that the Lions talked to their neighbours before they started their development. It is indeed a shame that for whatever reason, poor advice or whatever, the application was started without going through planning. And that is always something that I know is of concern to the planning committee, and it is equally of concern to me. But I think in this case, I can assure you, having visited the family twice and been to the house, this was actually a genuine mistake. So I hope you can completely overlook that in your consideration. So therefore, it's a genuine mistake. It's got widespread local support. And really, it then comes down to a matter of opinion, a matter of difference of interpretation between the case officer and myself, and hopefully yourselves, over the basic policies D1, D2, D5, which are all policies that are in a sense subjective in the fact that they're design principles, distinctiveness, and building design. So what we've got with this extension and this form is we've got an extension that gives the family the extra room they need for a growing family and the needs they need have to be able to stay in this house and to make it into an extra, a slightly larger house. It fits in with the neighbourhood. Obviously, 34 people, neighbours, all agreeing, they would agree with it. I reached a different conclusion from the officer when he says that this is harmful to the street design. It's not harmful, it fits in. This area has got a large number of different roof extensions of a number of different sites. It's got a large number of side extensions, back extensions. You know, around the area, a lot of the houses have been changed. And as you've heard, within the street itself, there are already other examples of hip gable extensions. So all in all, what I urge you is to overturn the officer's decision. I think that the officer has reached the wrong conclusion. I think this does do no damage to the urban setting. It does no damage to the design. It does no damage to the character. And in fact, actually, it adds to the continuing story of the character of Lymore and Southdown in the number of and variation of extensions that we are getting. So I hope that in your considerations, you can decide to approve this planning application and permit it. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Councillor. So questions for the officers. I have got Eleanor Jackson.
I have much the same problems with the officer's report as Councillor Crossley. But what I needed to know was, is this within the, I'm sorry, I can't remember off the top of my head, is this road in the Twerton Conservation Area, or is it, as I suspect, in a very mixed area of is it 1930s or 1950s housing?
So I'm just checking now, and I can confirm it's not in the conservation area, but it is in the World Heritage Site.
But I don't think it has any impact on the Roman baths or the Royal Crown.
Any other, Councillor Craig?
Thank you. Sam, I don't suppose you've got an aerial view. Have you Google or an aerial view of the street? I did.
Yeah, I'll just bring my screen
up. I don't remember seeing any other of this type of roof extension nearby. There were some roof extensions, but they were to the side.
Whoops. So yeah, sorry, where I'm on the iPad, I can't zoom in, but I've got that one there. So I can see another dormer in the street, sort of further south. It looks like, you know, across the road there's a various few roof forms. You can sort of see some hips there and some. Yeah, it's. I'm afraid I don't know where the gable ones are, but that's sort of, yeah, that little Lymore area there shown on the aerial view.
Okay.
Oops.
Gareth, you've asked to speak, but unfortunately you're not allowed to from this point on. You've had your 3 minutes. Were there any other questions to the officer? Okay, want to open it up for debate? Councillor Rigby.
Thank you very much, Chair. I feel very much for the family who are there, and I accept that that a mistake was made. But even if I didn't accept there was a mistake that was made, it makes no difference to the way that we think about anything, whether or not it's a retrospective planning application. I also feel that although I understand their specific circumstances and the reasons why they would like to do this extension, that again isn't something that I'm going to take into consideration much, because we actually, as we all know, give permission to the house, not to the applicants. So the fact that they want it for a very specific reason for their family doesn't mean that they couldn't decide in a month's time to sell it and move on. So I'm not thinking about the actual family circumstances when I say that. Having said all that, I don't believe that what is proposed cause significant, if any, harm to the local area. So although I'm not doing it for the reasons that have been put forward, I am actually saying that on this occasion, I am going to go against the officer's recommendation, and I am willing to propose that we delegate to permit this application.
Thank you, Councillor Rigby. Councillor Jackson, you were next on the list. Are you happy to second that proposal?
Yes, I mean, much as it pains me to have to agree with Councillor Rigby, I do actually think the great advantage that she's right. I mean, the great advantage of a retrospective planning application is that you can get some idea of what is being done there already. I like the materials that are going to be used. As it's a side, the hipping bit goes onto the side and not the front or the back, I don't think it constitutes any sort of harm to the area. The neighbours have not objected, quite the contrary. So I think we should definitely, well, I would actually permit it, but we perhaps better delegate so the officers can formulate the reasons for it. We have had two similar sort of applications in a few streets away from here some years ago, and we lost both of them on appeal. I can't for the life of me see that if we were to refuse it, we would win an appeal. And the fact I could see one quite similar extension on that photograph that of the street scene that we've just seen. There was one I thought I identified as quite similar. So I'm seconding the proposal from Councillor Rigby. But we have to think of some positives. We can't just say it's not detrimental to the area. It does not impact on the AONB. So that's why I say delegate to permit.
Yeah, Chris, is that well, first of all, Councillor Rigby, are you happy that your motion is to delegate to permit? I disagree with you.
That is what I said, Chair. Yeah, it would delegate to permit. Yeah.
Okay, lovely. So Councillor Jackson agrees. So in that case, were there any further comments before I move to a vote?
I was only going to support Councillor Rigby.
Right, Councillor Davis.
Yeah, quite happy to support, and I think it actually does reflect character, because when I looked at the report before it came to us when we signed off, Matt, what we're going to do, and I looked down the road at various pictures, I think it does very much reflect the character of the area, and is not detrimental. So in fact, the opposite reason to the officers given for refusing it, really.
Yes, yes, exactly. That's was my view as well. So we're moving to a vote. We're going in proper alphabetical. Proper alphabetical order. So the motion is to delegate to permit this application. Councillor Clark.
Agreed. Delegate to permit.
Councillor Craig.
For.
Councillor Davis.
For.
Councillor Hodge.
For.
Councillor Hounsell.
For.
Councillor Hughes. Sorry.
For.
Councillor Jackson.
For.
Councillor McPhee.
For.
Councillor McCabe. For Councillor Rigby.
For.
So, Marie, that is unanimous that we are delegating to permit. So, thank you very much for those public speakers, and we move on to the next item. So this is 31 Torridge Road, Keynsham. This is the one where Councillor Hounsell has declared an interest. So if the host could remove Councillor Hounsell to the waiting room. It looks like he's just gone. Can I invite the case officer once again, Samantha Mason, to present her report? Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. And I will just share my screen. Okay. Okay, so again, I'm presenting this application on behalf of the Planning Officer, Dominic Batrick. This application relates to 31 Torridge Road in Keynsham. The application is for the erection of a detached bungalow. So here we have the site location plan and aerial view. Once again, the site is edged in red on the plan and marked with the black address point on the aerial view. You can see that the property benefits from a large rear garden. Here you can see the existing site plan with the current dwelling located forward in the plot, close to the highway. The neighbour at number 29 is shown above the dwelling on screen, which is west, and the rear gardens of Warden Road are located to the east. Next, we have the proposed site plan. The bungalow will be located to the rear of the site. Access will be taken along the edge of the existing dwelling, similar to the current arrangements. Parking for both dwellings will be located centrally in the plot. The proposed bungalow will benefit from its own rear garden, and a rear garden will be maintained for number 31. These are the proposed elevations and floor plans. The proposal will result in a 3-bed bungalow constructed of brick and render. These slides show the site sections. So the top section is looking lengthways across the existing plot, and the second section down shows this view, but with the proposal in place. Next down is the section looking lengthways across the plot in the opposite direction, and this is just showing the arrangements of the existing dwelling and the parking with the garages. Then the bottom section looks across the width of the site at the front elevation of the proposed dwelling, with the nearest neighbour on Warden Road also shown. This slide just shows the garages and bin stalls, plans and elevations. And then we have some site photos. So the top left is the street scene with number 31, the bungalow there shown. Below that is taken from the centre of the site, looking west in the direction of number 29's garden. Top right is back out of the site towards the road. And then below that is looking further to the rear of the site, down the length of the long garden there. And then these two views are looking east towards the properties of Warden Road at two different spots within the rear garden. So to conclude, the proposal is recommended for permission for the reasons outlined in the officer's report.
Thank you, Sam. I believe we have one speaker, Michael Ashby, the agent. Is Mr. Ashby there? Yes, I can see you, but I can't hear you.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, loud and clear. Lovely.
Good. Good afternoon, and thank you for giving me the opportunity to speak. This is a resubmission which has been done in consultation with the case officer, having agreed previously to withdraw the original application for 2 dwellings. The site is an exceptionally large redundant garden which the applicant is no longer able to maintain, but wishes to continue living in the existing bungalow. The proposed bungalow has been designed to meet the demand for retirees trading down, for which there's a very strong local demand. The design incorporates environmental features and has been sited so as not to interfere with the enjoyment of the existing surrounding dwellings. It's proposed to screen the site for added privacy for the dwellings in Walden Road, keeping the old stone feature wall in position. Should the committee find in favour, the applicant will place a restrictive covenant which will prevent a future attic room development. So the actual roof line will not be altered and interfere with any of the adjoining properties. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Ashby.
Thank you.
So we've got no more speakers, so I invite questions to the officer. Any questions to the officer? Councillor Rigby.
Thank you, Chair. It's just picking up on what the last public speaker said about the restrictive covenant. We've all sat in lots of planning committee meetings where restrictive covenants have been got rid of. Could the officer or the legal representative give some idea of what weight, if any, we should give to the fact that there would be a restrictive covenant on that may in the future obviously be set aside?
I've got Simon Barnes who can answer that, the legal advisor.
Thank you, Chair. I would not advise the committee to rely on restrictive covenants. If you wanted to put any such restriction on, you would need to secure it through planning. So you'd either be looking at a planning condition or a Section 106 agreement if you felt that the respective tests for those things were met.
Does that answer your question, Councillor Rigby?
Yes, it does. Thank you very much.
Councillor Hodge, sorry, you were technically first.
Sorry, I had a question for the officer about the removal of trees that is mentioned in the comments section to this application. I just wondered what evidence you saw of that and whether there was any permission for a removal of these trees.
Yeah, so I understand that there were some trees on the site originally prior to the previous application as well. So that they were removed sometime earlier last year. The site isn't in the conservation area, so it's not, the trees weren't protected by virtue of that. They also didn't have a tree preservation order on them, so they had no designations to protect them from removal, and no permission was therefore required to remove them either. So they have been gone for, like I say, some time now, sometime around last year. So no weight has been given to their removal, as obviously that happened prior to the application, or to the contribution that they made. They could have been taken out at any time.
Is that right? Did you want to come back on that at all? No. Councillor Hodge.
I was just thinking, when you say sometime last year, sounds quite recent, and the comments are that they were mature trees. Last year is quite recent to me for mature trees.
Yeah, so I think that the previous planning application was put in, sorry, you have to forgive me, I wasn't the officer, but I think that was put in sometime late last year, and I understand that the trees were removed before the application was put in. And yeah, on some of the aerial imagery, it looks like they quite possibly could have been mature, but I don't know what they did look like. No arboricultural assessment was obviously taking place because they aren't there anymore. But like I say, they didn't need permission to be removed, and that happened prior to the application.
There's certainly some stumps in the photos. Councillor McPhee.
I was, the thing that struck me when I actually looked at it was that it looks a very tight entrance going down the side, and I wonder if the highways people have any comment on that. And also there's going to be a deal of manoeuvring. You've got two cars in the one house and one car for the bottom. Do you have any comments? Are you satisfied that there's enough room for manoeuvring and entrance to the property?
Come back on that point, chap. Yes, okay, so we are satisfied that there is sufficient room. There have been some amendments to the access since the application has been with us. We've managed to secure the widening of the access to a minimum of 4.1 metres, which is in accordance with the Manual for Streets guidance, which allows two cars to satisfactorily pass one another. With regard to the manoeuvring on site, we are satisfied that there is sufficient room within the parking area between the existing and proposed bungalows to allow anybody who does drive in a forward gear manoeuvre such that they can enter the public highway in a forward gear rather than reversing from the parking area between the two properties back out onto the public highway in a forward gear. So yes, we are satisfied as Highway Authority Councillor, yes.
Thank you.
Okay, Councillor Craig.
Thank you. I wonder whether the officer knows, is there a publicly registered identified need for bungalows in this area?
I don't think we split it down to, you know, bungalows or houses or detached or whatever. I don't know the exact need for Keynsham, but we do have a policy that supports housing mix. And there seems to be a variety of grain of dwellings in the area. Like I say, the existing bungalow dwelling on the site is a bungalow, so I see no reason why a further bungalow wouldn't meet some of the housing needs that the district has.
Councillor Jackson.
Sorry, I've pressed the wrong thing to unmute. Well, I was a number of points, but the question about bungalows, we are an ageing population. We do want to carry on living in the community, whether we're in Bath or North East Somerset or Keynsham. So, well, there have been actually surveys in the Somer Valley. We know there's a great need there. I wouldn't think it would be any different in Keynsham. But what I wanted, there's a question I'd like to ask about. Imagine you've got a bungalow there, the one that's perhaps going to get the permission. What kind of permitted development rights would it have? Because there's been a talk about putting a covenant on to restrict increase of size of the bungalow. But what could they do potentially as permitted development?
So the planning officer hasn't suggested a condition on the recommendation, sorry, a condition on the recommendation to remove permitted development rights. So they would stand and they would be quite wide ranging and, you know, depending on the specific circumstances. For example, in Keynsham, you know, differently to Bath, you could potentially put some loft conversion in, you know, dormer without permission, but again, it would depend on the size. You could put a porch on, those sorts of things, the usual sorts of things. So they haven't been removed at present.
Councillor McPhee, did you have a further question? Or have you frozen? Oh, there you go.
I'm just getting back. I was in there. Could we just see the picture again that shows the long garden with the Walden Gardens to one side?
Yeah, I'll just bring that up.
You know, what is very clear there in the design. Yeah, that'll do.
Yeah.
What's very clear in the design there is that when it was originally conceived, the planners have put these large gardens in, and they must have realized that those smaller Walden gardens would then enjoy a nice amenity outlook. And it's that is being destroyed at the moment. Now, what I haven't got quite in my mind is how much those garages and the house are going to be visible over the fence. Is there some way you can quantify that for me?
Yeah, so on the sections here, that might help. I mean, the second section down is sort of the lengthways view of the site. So you've got the side of 31 Torridge Road there, and then the two proposed garages going in and the proposed bungalow. So you can see the site slightly steps down anyway from 31 Torridge Road, and then it's all been kept relatively low level. I did quickly measure it actually prior to the meeting, and the proposed bungalow is 5.2 metres high, so it obviously would be slightly higher than a fence. And then the two sections you've got below, probably the lowest one down is useful because you can see number 20 Walden Road there, and that the rear garden of 20 Walden Road is that space in between the dwelling, the proposed dwelling, and obviously number 20. Then there's the, I don't know how well you can see it, but there's a little fence line there. And then obviously, so that it's really kind of the roof of the bungalow that will sort of sit above the eaves, you know, it will sit above the fence there. So the outlook will be sort of I guess, across the roofscape.
Yeah. So
Okay.
if I might be prepared a comment, Chairman, you know, it does seem to me very clearly that the residents in Walden Road have lost amenity through the loss of trees. And you know, I just have to differ from the inspector there.
The inspector hasn't looked at it yet. I think you mean
Well,
the
not
officer.
Inspector, the officer.
Officer.
Yeah.
Yes. So I've got comments. Simon Barnes wanted to make a comment, our legal advisor.
Thank you, Chair. Just going back to the issue about removing permitted development rights, and really just to emphasise to members that you would need some really sound planning reasons to do that. The position is usually that Parliament has given people these rights, and planning authorities should not take them away without good reason.
Okay. Chris, you also said something about the PD situation. Did you want to add anything?
Yeah, just to sort of clarify what Sam said, really. Obviously, it would be, if members are minded to grant permission, they'd be granting permission for a detached bungalow. So there are quite wide PD rights for detached buildings, detached bungalows, in particular in terms of roof extensions. So, for example, you can add up to 50 cubic meters to the roof of a detached house or bungalow. So there would be quite a wide scope to add dormer windows and potentially on all roof slopes. So I think if that's a concern that members have, it is obviously within the remit of the committee to take those PD rights away if the committee is minded to grant permission. Obviously, the case officer hasn't recommended that, but the committee may well come to a different view. Thank you, Chair.
Okay, thank you. So we're still on questions to the officers. Councillor Davies, I know you want to speak once that's finished. Councillor Hodge, have you got a further question?
Just one more two more small ones actually. About the wall that has come down, is that historic wall along the back that runs all the way along the back of Walden Road? Has it been taken down? Is it of particular value? Is it? There's a gap now, isn't there, where the development would like to proceed? Do you have any? There was a picture of it. I just wondered how important it was.
I'm afraid I don't know much about the wall. All I know is that it's not listed. The site isn't in a conservation area, so it's not protected in terms of those sorts of things. I'm not sure how historic it was, but I would say that the officer, it looks, I've just got their report in front of me here, it looks like that's not been dwelled on in the report. So I would say it was probably not considered a major issue by the officer. So its loss is probably fine.
I think it was mentioned by residents, I think, in the comments. The other thing I wanted to check, I was looking at the Google Maps, and this is a slightly bigger than average garden, but I can't see any similar backland site developments anywhere in this area. Is that the case?
Yeah, I mean, again, there is a mix of grain and character, but in this immediate vicinity, I would agree there's not potentially any backland already. There probably is in the wider Keynsham area, but yeah, in this immediate area, I haven't been able to see that on the aerial view.
Okay, thank you.
Councillor Clark, did you have a question? Oh, you're muted as well. You're muted.
I have a comment rather than a question, I think.
Okay, let me just finish then. Is there any more questions to the officers? So if we can move the general discussion, and I have to defer to your colleague, Councillor Davies, who's been waiting a long time.
I don't know if Councillor McPhee as the ward councillor actually wants to speak first, as he's entitled to.
Councillor McPhee, did you want to speak first as the ward councillor, or are you happy to?
Well, I will repeat what I said. I was concerned about the entrance and whether it was tight there, but it would appear that Highways is happy with that. What is clear from the objections up and down Walden Road is that people are very concerned at losing they're sorry about the loss of trees, and they're sorry that they're going to be looking at a roof or of either a garage or a bungalow. And to me, it's a serious loss of amenity. So I cannot agree with the officer that this is not a significant loss of amenity.
Thank you, Councillor McPhee. I'm inclined to agree. I think that you can see that the gardens on Walden Road have been foreshortened, and therefore they enjoy that amenity. But Councillor Davies, and then Councillor Clark.
This is quite a difficult one because I can see a lot of progress has been made as this application has progressed through, and from 2 bungalows down to 1, and they move the parking around and all sorts of things. So I should be quite interested in the debate, really, because I have to be honest, I'm not 100% certain which way I feel at the moment. I can see the officer's point, and I can see that it may not stand up if we refused it at appeal, but on the other hand, I understand the residents in the neighbouring road, their concerns. So I should be interested in the debate as it goes, but I am aware quite a lot of changes were made as it's progressed, which are positive, whereas what they started off with, I think, was probably completely easy to refuse, whereas this one I'm not so sure about.
Councillor Clark.
I guess as somebody who's probably planted hundreds of trees in various places that I've been up and down the country, and therefore very disappointed when trees are removed, whether they're mature trees or not mature trees, protected trees or not protected trees. But the fact of the matter is, in this particular case, although I agree with a lot of the sentiments expressed here, the trees were not protected. There was no need for the owner or the developer to seek permission to cut down these trees, and therefore it shouldn't, in my view, be a consideration. And I see some of the objections is that there's a loss of amenity. Well, the loss of amenity in that particular case has already happened. Pity that may be. I guess my other sentiment, to a large extent, I suppose I agree with almost a borderline one for me, similar to what Councillor Davies is saying. But it does seem to me that we have said quite clearly that we're looking for more houses, and in particular bungalows. And this particular part of Keynsham, I would think, was a good place for an additional dwelling, in particular a bungalow. I take advice, listening to the legal advice, that we shouldn't necessarily take any notice of a covenant being there. But I think that does at least show that, I mean, when a covenant is part and parcel of the condition, that if he's prepared to put that in himself, then I think that at least shows some, and presumably it can be then enforced. I understand it could be then challenged at a future date. So I must admit, taking all that, this is a borderline one for me. I understand where it's coming from, but in the context of where it actually is and what's actually happening, I actually find the objections quite thin, to be frank. I don't see that I mean, one of the objections was with regard to the traffic and highways and safety. That I think has the traffic officer has made it quite clear he has no objections. So I think sadly, it's almost that in many would say sadly, but in many ways the objections actually fall away. And on that basis, I see how would we not approve it, albeit I can understand others' reluctance to do it, but I could see that we might lose this on appeal. Thank you.
Councillor Rigby.
Thank you, Chair. I disagree with Councillor Clark. I feel that the loss of amenity is significant, and the other word that we've not really spoken about very much is around openness. And if you looked at the, I don't necessarily need you to bring it up again, but the sort of the very old plan, it was fairly obvious that that within the Chandag estate, a very large garden was put there for a reason, and that gave the whole area an openness which will be lost if we allow this backland development. So I'm afraid I'm not going to be supportive of the officer's recommendation.
Councillor Hodge.
I would like to make similar points. I would just like to say about the removal of mature trees, even if they're not protected, you are required to get planning permission to remove them. You can't just take them down if they've got a diameter over a certain amount. So there should have been some planning permission, but you do, definitely if they're over, you can't just take a mature tree down in your garden. You have to seek planning permission.
I'm not sure
over a certain diameter.
I'm not sure that's entirely the case, but would one of the officers like to comment on that?
Clarify this. I'm sure if
Chris,
it's over.
it depends where you are, Chris.
Oh, sorry, in the centre of Bath is, yeah.
Yes, in your
Outside
ward,
of,
definitely.
Outside of a conservation area, there is no requirement, if it's not TPO'd, to obtain any permission from the council to remove a large tree.
Even if it's not TPO'd, yeah. Yes, over a certain diameter, isn't it? Yeah. But anyway, I'd just like to go on to the points of, I think, the structure of it. When you look at the developments around here, these large gardens are a kind of green lung to that area. And I also think that the backland development, if it should not be contrary to the character of the area. And I think it is contrary in that there is not a single other one of its type in a large area. So, and I do think the gardens of Walden Road are small and they have westerly direction of sunlight, and it may impact on their amenity in terms of sunlight in the evening and openness. So I'm concerned for that change of amenity. Thank you.
Councillor Craig.
Thank you. I'd like to also add, although it was mentioned by the speaker that the garden is redundant, well, it may be for the people that own the current property, but it's not as far as the environment is concerned. And that is a lot of green infrastructure, green space that is going to disappear and be put under tarmac for parking, as well as obviously for the house. If it was a house being built on a road, then obviously there wouldn't be all that tarmac for parking. So I'm concerned about policy, I think it's NE1, is it, which is a green infrastructure and the loss of it.
I've got a request here from Nicola Little from Planning and Enforcement, an officer from Planning and Enforcement, asking if she can comment, and the legal advisor has said yes. So Nicola, if you would like to comment at this point.
Hi, thanks, Chair. I was just listening to the comments about tree replacement. So I think you've clarified about the issues with the conservation area, but I just wanted to make the councillors aware, and in particularly in reference to Councillor Hodgson, sorry, her comments. Her comments that the planning obligations, the council's planning obligations, do actually, you can take into account trees that have been felled prior to development. If you can measure the stumps, as someone mentioned stumps, you can sort of take account of that and request equivalent replacement planting is achieved. So I just wanted to answer that because I think there was a little bit of confusion.
Yeah, no, that's a useful point actually, because there were clearly stumps in the two of the photos. Were there? I mean, certainly from my point of view, I'm minded to vote against. But if it was approval, I would say the impact on the amenity is so great that that I would not want to see the roof expanded into a two-storey building. So that was just my view. Were there any other comments then? No other comments. So does anybody want to put forward a motion on this other than a site visit or even a site visit?
Well, I should, as ward councillor, should I advance one to reject the officer's decision?
Thank you for jumping in there, Hal. I've also got Councillor Rigby happy to propose. So we need to
do it more gracefully than me.
We do need the planning. If we're going to oppose, we need planning reasons. Councillor Rigby, did you want to?
Yes, I will second Councillor McPhee, and I will suggest that the planning reasons that we might want to consider are loss of residential amenity and loss of openness.
And loss of green infrastructure.
Very well hit. Yes, loss of green infrastructure as well. Thank you very much, Chair.
And Councillor, okay, so Hal, that's your proposal. Councillor Rigby, you're seconding. Any further comments before we go to a vote? And I've got Councillor Jackson.
Those were going to be my objections, because I thought the bungalow was far too close to the boundary for number 20 Warden Road. But I'm also concerned about the loss of a green space and the ecological implications, which we haven't really spoken about very much.
No.
So I think it would have a negative impact on the local ecology, drainage, and so on.
Thank you. Chris Gom, you wanted to make a comment here?
Thank you, Chair. Just to clarify, my understanding from the debate really is that members are concerned about the loss of that spacious character of the area and the placing of an additional property to the rear there. So it seems to me that policy D7 is probably the most relevant policy, which basically says that backland development can be supported where it's not contrary to the character of the area, where it's well related and not inappropriate in height, scale, mass and form to the frontage buildings, where there's no adverse impact to the character and appearance, safety or amenity of the frontage development, and it's not harmful to residential amenity as outlined in policy D6. So it seems to me that the committee is saying that it's certainly contrary to the character of the area, so not in compliance with that first criteria, and not in compliance with the last criteria there was that it was harmful to residential amenity. I'm not sure if there are any other issues that the committee wanted to, if they are minded to refuse permission. I wasn't sure if there was any other matters that the committee wanted to include.
Yeah, I've got Councillor Craig.
Yeah, loss of green infrastructure. Is that covered under openness? But I don't think you mentioned the word green when you were talking there, Chris.
Did you want to add anything else, Chris? I mean, or is it best if we delegate to refuse?
Thank you, Chair. There is we do have a placemaking plan policy that deals with loss of green infrastructure. So and I think in certain circumstances, a very large private garden could fall within that definition. I mean, it's not within the usual definition of green infrastructure, but certainly in terms of loss of the open space and that green area, that if that's members' concern, that could be worked into a reason for refusal. But I think it would be better if it was delegated to officers so that we could work out the detail of that and the policies.
Okay, and and there was the issue around the design where it's quite clear that the gardens along the other road had been foreshortened, and then these two large gardens therefore provide that open space, and filling them with houses is. Hey, I've got some more comments. Sue, I just said yours, didn't we? Councillor Jackson came back again.
Yes, I mean, I'm not quite sure how close this site is to another area where we did have a not dissimilar application, except that somebody had managed to buy the what was effectively a back garden space, and the houses around it were social housing owned by a housing association, but we did refuse it on the grounds of the loss of amenity from a green open space where the kids used to kick a football around. I mean, I do sympathise with the owner of the the owner of this site, but I also have to say I'm horribly prejudiced. I think this would make wonderful allotments if they cared to cordon off part of their garden and have it as a community vegetable growing space. But that is obviously not a planning route.
That's an option for the owners. Councillor Hodge, no longer wish to speak. Now, Councillor McPhee, you proposed that we should refuse the. Are you happy that your proposal is to delegate to refuse?
Yes, certainly, because the officer clearly is able to recognise the necessary legislation.
Lovely. And Councillor Rigby, are you happy that your that's what you would like to second?
I would, as long as the officer does take on board all the things that we've said, and I'm sure Chris will, because he's very good like that.
Good, yeah. Right, in that case, we'll move to a vote. Unless there's any further comments, just for any further comments. We'll go in reverse again. So the motion is to delegate to refuse this application. Councillor Rigby.
For.
Councillor McCabe, for. Councillor McPhee.
For.
Councillor Jackson.
For.
Councillor Hughes.
For.
Councillor Hounsall.
He's not here.
We've lost him.
No,
he's
not
here.
Oh, that's right. Thank you. Sorry, I forgot. It's been so long. Sorry. Councillor Hodge.
For.
Councillor Davis.
I'm going to abstain.
Abstain. Councillor Craig.
For.
Councillor Clark.
Abstain.
Thank you. So that is Marie. Can you do the maths for me?
Yeah, that is 7 in favour and 2 abstentions.
And 1 excused. So the decision there is to delegate to refuse. Thank you very much to people who came in for that one. And can I ask the host to readmit Councillor Hounsall? And he's back. Jolly good, lovely. And I can by that smile, I take it you can hear me. We're now on 21 Victoria Buildings, Westmoreland, Bath. As Councillor Craig has an interest here, can I ask the host to move Councillor Craig to the waiting room? Is she? How do we know when she's gone? Removed. Okay. Right. In that case, I invite the case officer, Adrian Nielsen, to present his report. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. I'm going to attempt to share my screen now, so if you just bear with me. It's saying only the host can share in this meeting, apparently. Oh, here we go. Okay. I haven't done this before, so just give me a minute. Okay.
Some success, is it?
I think so. Hang on. Can you see my screen? Can you see my screen?
Yes, 21 Victoria Buildings. Well done.
Okay. So this application is a listed building application for the installation of secondary glazing to all windows at 21 Victoria Buildings in Bath. So there's the site location plan on the Lower Bristol Road. And there's some planning history. And this is the building. It's part of a mid-Victorian terrace, what would be termed in Bath as kind of artisan dwellings, I guess. So very modest in character. This is the internal view of sort of typical sash windows in the building. So they're all the same.
very modest interiors, no spectacular joinery that's sort of befitting of a building of this status. And this is a section of the secondary glazing. So secondary glazing comes in all sorts of guises. This type of secondary glazing is the kind of, I suppose, the most minimal that you could possibly find on the market. So there's no subframe that you might find in other types of secondary glazing. It's fixed by magnets onto each sash, and then you attach essentially perspex sheeting. So the view of the officer is that that essentially there's no physical harm to the historic fabric, to the historic windows, and the visual impact will be minimal as well. I'm not sure what I'm doing now, but
okay, thank you very much. So your recommendation is to approve.
My recommendation is to is for listed building consent. Yeah.
Thank you. There's we've got speakers. No speakers. So any questions for the officer? Councillor Rigby.
It wasn't a question, Chair. I'm sorry. I got in there slightly too quickly.
Okay. Question from Councillor Jackson.
Well, if I put it in question form, why can't we now move to adopt the officer's recommendations and approve this application?
Okay. So if there are no questions for the officers, move to the debate. And Councillor Jackson, would you like?
I propose we accept the officer's recommendation.
Councillor Rigby, were you going to say the same thing?
I am going to second that.
So you'll second. Okay, so we have a motion to accept the officer's recommendation. Any further comments? No, we'll move to a vote. We'll go in alphabetical order. Councillor Clark.
For.
Councillor Davis.
For.
Councillor Hodge.
For.
Councillor Hounsell.
For.
Councillor Hughes.
For.
Councillor Jackson.
For.
Councillor McPhee.
For.
Councillor McCabe. For. Councillor Rigby.
For.
Lovely. Okay, so that's unanimous on that item. With so if we could ask, can I ask the host to readmit Councillor Craig to the meeting? Right, apologies to whoever's up next, but there is a request for a short break now. So if nobody minds, if we could have just a 5-minute break. Right then. Councillor Rigby's back, but is still videoless. So I'll just check. I can see Councillor Clark, I can see Councillor Craig, I can see Councillor Davis, can't see Councillor Hodge. Councillor Hodge, you there? I can see Councillor Hounsell, I can see Councillor Hughes, I can see Councillor Jackson, McPhee, and Councillor Rigby's here but without video, so just waiting for Councillor Hodge. Councillor Hodge, are you back? Okay. So Councillor Jackson has some problems with bandwidth, has trying to save a bit by not transmitting video. Do we have Councillor Hodge back yet? Any sign of Councillor Hodge? Are you there, Councillor Hodge?
Would you like me to drop her a quick text, Chair?
Yes, please. Otherwise, because if we start without her, she won't be able to vote on the item. But
Chair, I've just had a text from her saying she's trying to get back but can't get connected.
oh dear. Right. Ah, there we go. You're back. So, slightly tense, but you're here.
I
That's
disconnected my internet.
All right.
With my phone.
Okay, let's move on then. Number 10, New Leaf Farm, Mill Lane, Bathhampton. Ask the host to admit the public speakers for this item. See possibly here. Apologies for the slight delay. And can I invite the case officer, Nicola Little, to present her report? Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. I'll just share my screen. So yeah, the application site is New Leaf Farm, which is in Bathhampton. The proposal is for the erection of an agricultural storage building. So this slide just shows the wider context of the site. The inset shows the actual farm itself with the existing buildings, with the red cross showing where the proposed building is to be built. So this is the plan submitted by the applicant. As you can see, there's a long access drive to the main farm area, and that's off Mill Lane. The proposed storage building again is indicated here, with the surrounding building shown as well. So this is the proposed site plan. Again, you can see the outlined in red the proposed agricultural storage building. It's worth noting that some of the buildings on here are sort of labelled as a barn and a cow shed, but it's worth noting that these are the top buildings are now holiday lets, and the barn does have permission to convert into 3 dwellings. So these are the proposed elevations. I've included the dimensions at the bottom, just in case councillors wanted to know the exact dimensions of the building. So it will be 14 metres by 5.5 metres. The height is 3.5 metres, sloping to around 2.8, and the floor space is around 77 metres squared. So this is an aerial photograph of the site. Nothing much has changed. I've put on there that this is 2014 to present. I've labelled where the existing static caravan is. So that's situated in the location where the proposed building will be situated. So the existing caravan will be removed as part of the development proposals. So I don't actually have any recent photos of the site because I haven't been able to visit owing to the current restrictions, but this is a photograph from June 2014, and it just shows the existing static caravan. And as far as I'm aware, I don't think anything's changed. So the councillors can sort of consider that that's the situation as it stands. So the main consideration is the fact that the site is within the green belt. So obviously construction of new buildings is inappropriate, but exceptions to this are buildings for agriculture and forestry. The other policy consideration in terms of green belt is visual amenities. So that's policy GB1. So the factors I've taken into account are the fact that the proposal is compliant with the NPPF. So the applicant has provided a written confirmation that the proposed building is to be for the purposes of agriculture. So he's sort of stated that it will be for light agricultural equipment and other sort of supplies and stock fencing. So in that respect, obviously, if it's for the purposes of agriculture, it wouldn't be considered inappropriate. The building is to replace an existing unauthorised static caravan, which has been previously investigated under planning enforcement. There's no highway safety concerns. The proposed method of drainage is considered acceptable. They're recommending soakaways. So that's been considered acceptable by our drainage team. The new building is to provide features for wildlife. So I've discussed this with the applicant and they've stated that they would be happy to install 3 swift boxes onto the building as a condition. The proposal is compliant with other policies. So policy RE2, which is agricultural development, policy NE2, conserving and enhancing the landscape and landscape character, policy NE2A, which is landscape setting of settlements, and it's been considered that the proposal would be compliant with policy GB1, which is visual amenities of the Greenbelt as well, and that's primarily because it will be replacing the existing static, which is it might be considered an eyesore, so it may be considered a agricultural building in this context, might be considered a betterment of that situation. The parish have made comments but have offered their support, and it's also been given ward councillor support as well from Councillor Warren. So I just thought I would reference the Class Q permitted development rights, because obviously that's played a part in my consideration of this proposal. So there would be permitted development rights for the conversion of agricultural buildings to dwelling houses. I've set out what some of the provisions are. So basically you can have up to 3 larger homes with a maximum floor space of 465 square meters, or you can have up to 5 smaller homes, each no larger than 100 square meters, or a mixture of both. So in this case, there is an existing ODCU, which is the barn that sits adjacent, and that has permitted the conversion of the barn to 3 separate dwellings. And the floor space in that case is around 275 meters squared. But if any proposal were to come in, for example, at a later date to convert another building on the site, the officer would have to take into account the fact that there is an existing ODCU which has permitted the 3 dwellings, and whether or not the floor space of any new dwellings complies with Class Q. So it's possible that it could benefit from Class Q if a restriction wasn't put on, essentially. So my recommendation is to approve the application because it's compliant with the NPPF, and again it's been considered compliant with other policies in the placemaking plan. The conditions that I would be recommending is the removal of PD rights. So the use would become restrictive, so it could only be used for the purposes of agriculture. So it just ties that use to the site, and would require the applicant to submit a further application if they were considering any other use for the building than what they've stated on this application. A condition would also be attached to require removal of the existing static caravan. So that would be obviously in the interest of visual amenity, and obviously to remove that static home which is unauthorised, like I said. A condition will be placed to require the 3 Swift boxes to be installed, and that would be, we'd require confirmation that had been done when the building is completed. Another condition would be attached that states that there should be no external lighting without prior written approval from the council, and that would just be in the interests of light pollution, preventing any sort of further light pollution caused by external lighting. And just a general condition which would require details of drainage should the soakaways be considered unsuitable in this instance. So that's my presentation. If I just stop.
Thank you very much. Can I invite statements from public speakers? I have Joanna Robinson from Bath Preservation Trust.
Good evening. Hello. Thank you for the opportunity to speak. We maintain that this application fails to justify any very special circumstances, and therefore the development proposed can constitute inappropriate development to the detriment to the character and openness of the Greenbelt. For an agricultural building in the Greenbelt, need should be demonstrated with sufficient justification of special circumstances. We should expect there to be a more robust statement of agricultural need with this application to allow for a proper assessment. Considering the new storage building's position adjacent to an agricultural permitted for conversion to 3 dwellings in 2018, we have concerns regarding the potential future pressure for the further conversion of on-site agricultural buildings, and therefore the intensification of domestic use, with resulting further harmful impact on the character and openness of the Greenbelt. Should this application be consented, we would advocate for a condition to ensure that the building's long-term ancillary agricultural use and prevent conversion to further residential accommodation. We would further question whether the mobile home would be removed and relocated, as Nicola's just explained, that would be ensured by condition, and that's something that we would encourage. The application in its current form, we consider the development in its current form proposes harm to the character and openness of the green belt, and is contrary to section 13 of the MPPF and policy CP8 of the core strategy and placemaking plan. And for those reasons, we feel that there are sufficient planning grounds for inappropriate development in this application to be refused. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Joanna. Questions for the officer. I have Councillor Jackson.
Yeah, I mean, my question is, we have a separate enforcement issue, as I understand it, running on this caravan, and that there's been a requirement for it to be removed, full stop. We also have a planning application now for an agricultural building, which has the potential to be converted to 2 houses, as I understand it. I'm unsure of why these 2 issues have to be related. And secondly, just to put it in my brutal Yorkshire way, if they need somewhere to store grass mowing and whatever other implements they need for the maintenance of the land, why aren't they using one of the existing buildings, such as the sheep shed at I think one of them was not converted yet, was it? I mean, if you need a building, I'm sure you do, use what you've already got. Or is that just too brutal?
Shall I answer? Yes. So I think
yes, please.
It's a valid point. I appreciate the concerns that have been put forward by Bath Preservation Trust as well regarding the use. It's difficult with these types of applications. I think we do need to consider what the applicants put forward at face value. And again, I've questioned the intended use of the building, and the applicant has stated that it's for the purposes of agriculture. I do appreciate that possibly there's other buildings that are suitable for purpose, but that doesn't prevent the applicant for applying for a new building. In this case, the MPPF allows for that, and it's just worth noting as well that in cases dealing with agriculture, if you accept that the building is for the purposes for agriculture, the applicant isn't obliged to provide additional very special circumstances. So that consideration doesn't apply in this case, or it hasn't been considered to apply in this instance.
I didn't mention that this has come to committee because the applicant is in a relationship with a councillor.
Yes, that's correct. Yeah.
Yeah. Councillor Hughes.
Thank you. So I've just want to clarify a couple of things. So is this actually a working farm? And if so, what type of working farm is it? Secondly, I mean, I have to agree with Councillor Jackson on the, I don't quite understand why the removal of the caravan is part of the conditions for this. Surely that's something that should have been happening anyway, and perhaps the applicant should have been doing this before they'd actually put the application in.
Yeah, so yeah, I understand why obviously you're questioning why there's a need to start conditioning this if it should have been removed anyway if it's unauthorized. So what we'd be considering in both cases is a little bit different. So my understanding of the enforcement case, again, it's not my case, so I won't be able to go into great detail, but my understanding of the enforcement case is obviously it related to the static home, which would be classed as a dwelling. So when we're considering whether that's acceptable or not, there's different things that we would be considering in that situation. The complaint was raised, the case file was sort of logged in around 2014. And since that time, I know that there has been dialogue with the owners of the site, but no enforcement notice has actually been served. So on that basis, obviously it hasn't been considered expedient in that case to serve a notice, or there's been other sort of factors that have delayed that notice being served. In this instance, I have to just look at what's being proposed, and what's being proposed is an agricultural building in the Greenbelt, which in essence is not inappropriate development. But as part of that, we can seek the removal of the static caravan, and indeed they will need to move the static caravan in any event, because the proposed building is to be placed on the existing foundations where the static caravan currently resides. So that's why it's sort of, there's a bit of a crossover. It might sort of, it's maybe sort of confusing matters in this instance, but it's just if there is an opportunity to obviously secure that removal by way of a planning condition, then obviously we would look towards doing that as a way of resolving that previous concern, if that makes sense.
Okay, and when you say removal, you're talking about removal as opposed to relocation within the same site?
Yeah, so I have I would specify that, so it would be removal from the entire site, from obviously from the application site that's been put forward, but obviously even if, let's say in a worst case scenario they did relocate it to a different location, that would still be a breach of planning control, and it would still sort of it could still be pursued as an unauthorized structure. So it wouldn't we could still pursue it by other means, essentially.
Okay, but we haven't enforced the current status. So
no, it hasn't, but again, I can't comment on the specific circumstances.
So my first question then, is it a working farm, and what type of working farm is it?
Yeah, so it's been accepted that it is a working farm. I believe it's primarily cattle that are kept. Again, previous applications have sort of established that it is an agricultural unit. There's been various applications put forward where the council has sort of accepted that it's an agricultural unit. So there's no reason in my mind to suggest that situation has changed. I do appreciate, obviously, there are concerns because of the amount of conversions that have obviously happened, but again, it's a situation that agricultural units can take advantage of, and it just allows them to diversify what they're doing, essentially. So in this case, I think that's what the applicant's done. They have their holiday letting, which provides income, but as far as I'm aware, the agricultural unit still functions as a working farm.
Okay. I was going to ask a question about materials. When I had to put my barn up, we had a whole discussion about the roof, and
yes,
and I had to put green sort of, I'm not sure what it's made of, but green to blend in with some clear perspex, natural light. But this is just corrugated iron, is it?
It's corrugated steel. Yes, sorry, I didn't.
Corrugated steel.
I meant to go through what the materials were that have been proposed. So it's timber, sort of Yorkshire timber boarding, cladding, and the roof is to be sort of a corrugated steel. So it will be a dark grey colour, which has been considered sort of in the context again. It will have the appearance of looking agricultural, and the dark grey for the roof has been considered fairly muted. So again, it shouldn't be too stark in terms of visual impact.
Okay, Councillor McPhee.
So you're minded to permit. Can I ask how you might change the conditions after listening to the Bath Preservation Trust? Can we somehow take what they've said and put it in?
Yeah, so basically, I've already, so essentially I've already recommended the conditions that the Bath Preservation Trust are requesting. So in that situation, we're sort of, we're on the same page, essentially. So one would be the requirement for the use to be restricted to agriculture only. The applicant hasn't sort of fought against this. I informed them of the fact that I was intending to put that condition on, and they didn't question it. So, you know, again, I have to take that at face value. And the other condition that the Bath Preservation Trust have mentioned would be the removal of the static caravan. So again, we're on the same page with that as well.
Very good.
Okay, Councillor Rigby.
Thank you, Chair. I'd just like a little bit of clarification around the Greenbelt policy. So I'm very well aware that you have to demonstrate special circumstances when you're building a house, etc., and that agricultural doesn't fall in those special circumstances having to be demonstrated in order to do it. But presumably there still is a level at which you have to show that no great harm is being done. Can you sort of give me an idea of the balance of where that sits between sort of a normal, for want of a better word, application and one that's in a green belt that falls in the agricultural side as opposed to the residential side?
Yes, certainly. So, I think the Bath Preservation Trust mentioned consideration of openness. So, with where you have the various exceptions, and agriculture being one of them, consideration of openness in terms of the NPPF, it's not an assessment that needs to be made. It only needs to be made in certain circumstances. So in the case of agriculture, you don't need to make an assessment on harm to openness, even though in other cases, in other exceptions, the NPPF specifically says that openness should be considered. So in terms of this application, what we would be looking at in terms of the green belt would be placemaking plan policy GB1, which deals with visual amenity of the green belt. So that's a bit of a different thing. It doesn't necessarily go into openness, but it deals more with the visual qualities of the green belt. So sort of your long landscape views and things like that.
Okay, Councillor Clark.
Yeah, just can I just understand from the officer that in spite of the fact that you're in dialogue with Bath Preservation Trust, and you seem to infer that you're going to all their conditions or their objections will be eliminated based on the ongoing conditions that the conditions that you're in place. And in which case, if that is the case, why was there the need for them, or why did they feel the need to actually to continue with their objections, and do those objections still stand?
Yeah, I wasn't actually aware of the Bath Preservation Trust position until obviously the application was coming to committee, and I was notified that they were intending to make a representation. So it's pure coincidence, or I don't know, whatever you want to call it, that we happen to be on the same page. I wasn't actually aware of their concerns before this, and obviously they wouldn't have, they might not have been, well, they wouldn't have been aware of what I was intending in terms of a recommendation. So it's just I think it happens to be a coincidence.
So actually you can confirm that, just to clarify that in fact you're meeting their objections, and the conditions that you will put and agree with the applicant will eliminate their concerns and their objections.
I believe that they will. The concerns that they have, I mean, they've questioned whether whether sufficient justification has been put forward that the building is for agriculture. So that's one thing we perhaps disagree on. But in terms of what they think might remedy their concerns in that respect, so restricting the use to agriculture, certainly the condition that I'm proposing would achieve that.
Yeah. And it would achieve that in perpetuity, or is there still the risk that it still could?
Well, it achieves that insofar as any condition can sort of achieve anything. It does. It states that the use is restricted to the purposes of agriculture. Now, the applicant could, you know, if they so wish, put forward an application in 5 years' time to say that, oh, actually, you know, I want it to be used for something else. But at that point, the council would obviously have to look at the relevant policies and consider whether the use that they were proposing was acceptable. So it would still come under our control. So on that basis, it doesn't. I can't necessarily say that it would never be acceptable to be anything else, but it does limit the opportunity for the applicant to convert the building under permitted development rights, and I think that's the primary issue here.
I'm pleased to see that that part and parcel of that you want 3 nesting boxes for the swifts, but where are they nesting at the moment? Or is this a sort of additional nesting boxes?
So this will be additional. So Bathampton itself, it's known to have a swift population. There are swifts in the area. I don't know necessarily whether Newley Farm has any existing swift colonies. The purpose of this is obviously that applicants should be encouraged to be installing features for wildlife wherever they can. Farms are obviously excellent opportunities to do this because you find wildlife there in abundance already. So I've recommended 3 boxes are installed because that's the sort of number recommended by the RSPB that might encourage a colony, because obviously they like to nest in groups.
No, that's great, and that would be a condition that they would actually, if you put that condition in, that they're amenable to that, are they?
Yes, so I've discussed that with them, and I've got written confirmation from the applicant that he's more than happy to do that. So on that basis, I said I'm happy to condition it, and I trust that they will do that.
One final question with regard to the caravan in its dilapidated state. And people do live in those sort of places. I mean, is it inhabited by anybody, or is it genuinely dilapidated?
I don't know what the current situation is. I know previously, again, I'm just going from the notes from the enforcement case file. I know that previously it has been inhabited, but I think primarily it was perhaps used as a sort of farm office. Again, this is just from correspondence or sort of notes that have been included on the file, but I can't really go too much into the enforcement case because obviously some of that will be confidential.
Okay, but as far as you know, it's no longer used.
As far as I'm aware, it's no longer used, and I think obviously this application intends to get rid of the static caravan anyway, so it seems as though it's redundant on that basis.
Okay, thank you very much. Thank you.
Okay, Councillor Hodge.
I just had a question following up on the harm to the openness of a green belt. It was hard to get a sense from the presentation about the location and the impact of the numerous conversions, converted buildings on that site. And I don't know whether there was an image. I mean, I didn't see an image of the overall, I can't remember an image of the overall site. Also, is there any other protection for that area? Is it an AONB or a conservation area? Is it simply greenbelt, agricultural greenbelt area?
Yeah, so it was difficult. Obviously, like I said, I wasn't able to go onto the site because of the current restrictions. But I did visit the site in 2018, and that was to assess the application for the ODCU, which is the barn next door. So I have a memory of the site, and I remembered that the static caravan was there as well. So I do remember sort of the features. In terms of an assessment on the visual impact, so that's been mainly from my recollections of the site, obviously, but then a desktop assessment as well. So I wasn't able to include photographs with this presentation. I apologise for that. But the assessment's been made on the fact that the building is to be situated with other buildings, some obviously agricultural, some residential, some holiday let. But in terms of its impact, it will be seen in the context of those existing buildings. So the impact was considered less in that respect.
Okay, thank you.
Councillor Rigby.
Thanks, Chair. It's a similar question. I know you just said that building will be seen in the context of the other buildings. And in answer to my previous question, you said, you know, the openness wasn't the big thing. It was you know, the visual impact more. We didn't see any photos really of visual impact from somewhere like Mill Lane, or would it be visible at any stage from any of the public roads nearby, or where would you have to be in order for this to have a visual impact?
So I don't know whether it's worth me showing the site plan again. That was
Now's the time.
Yeah, if you just bear with me. So if I just share here we go, the proposed site plan. So you can see the access drive. This is Mill Lane here. And the access drive, it's quite an extensive access drive. And again, I remember from my site visit in 2018, it's quite a long way along that track before you come to the actual farm where most of the buildings are located. So in that sense, the impact from Mill Lane certainly I think is minimal. On its west side, the farm is obviously bordered by the A2, I believe it is, the main road. So in terms of impact from that perspective as well, it's sort of minimal. It's not essentially it's not a building that will be situated adjacent to a public highway or a public footpath. So from that sort of perspective, it's the people that are going to be viewing it are going to be the people that are working on the farm or visiting the farm for holiday lets or living on the farm. So again, the impact has been sort of minimal in that respect.
Okay.
Thank you. Thank you.
Okay. Are there any further questions to the officer? We move to general discussion, and I've got Councillor Hounsell.
Right, thank you, Chair. The officer's been very, very thorough in her report and presentation. I think we've looked at this in considerable detail, and I would just propose that we accept the officer recommendation to permit with the conditions that she's outlined.
Right, is anybody happy to second that motion? Councillor Davis?
Yes, I'm happy to second that with the clear conditions that the officers put in. Happy to second it.
Okay, we have a motion to accept the officer's recommendation with the conditions set out. Any further comments? No, I'll move to the vote. In reverse order. So, Councillor Rigby.
Against.
Councillor McCabe, for. Councillor McPhee.
For.
Councillor Jackson.
For.
Councillor Hughes.
Against.
Councillor Hounsell.
For.
Councillor Hodge.
Against.
Councillor Davis.
For.
Councillor Craig.
For.
Councillor Clark.
For.
So, Marie, that's
yeah, that's 7 for, Chair, and 3 against. So that's
thank
carried.
you. So that's agreed that we accept the offer's recommendation with the conditions set out. Thank you very much. And last but not least, the Coach House, College Road, Lansdowne. If you'd like to admit the public speakers. Right, okay. And can I invite the case officer, Chloe Buckingham, to present her report, please? And remind everybody else to mute themselves. Hello?
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yeah, okay. Right, I'm going to share my screen. Only the host. Okay.
Hang on, the host should let you any minute now.
Okay.
And remind everybody else to mute themselves. Hello?
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yeah, okay. Right,
Well, we appear to have lost Chloe completely. Hello, Chloe, are you still there?
yeah, I'm still here. I'm just trying to get my presentation up. Seems to have disappeared. Can you see it?
No, we've just got a blank screen with your name on.
Right. I'll try again.
Right, there's your back.
Yeah. It's in, the host has asked you to start your video. Okay.
You've gone.
Can you see it now?
No, you've gone, but it's just your holding screen.
Right. Yeah, so I'm trying to share the content.
We had the same problem, Matt, when you went out. We ended up getting Sam to do it for us.
Okay, right. But now something's happening. So it's starting broadcast.
Oh, there we go.
Have you got? Can you see it?
We've sort of got a Citrix screen.
Hello?
I'm looking at a Citrix screen. Oh, there we go.
Yeah.
It's just going very slowly, I guess. Yep, application, that's it.
Yeah, you've got it. Okay, good. Right, so this application is for the erection of a 2-storey rear and single-storey side extension to a property known as the Coach House on College Road in Lansdowne. It's within the Bath Conservation Area and the World Heritage Site. So here we have the site location plan. The property is to the rear of St Elmo and uses the same access road, although the owners of the Coach House aren't the owners of the access road, they have right of way over it. So here we have the existing and proposed west elevations. So it's showing the 2-storey element and the new roof light. It's to be constructed in recon Bath stone to match the existing. And below that we have the east and the existing east and proposed east elevations. So you can see that there is the 2-storey element with a Juliet balcony door proposed. The existing dormer will be clad in zinc, and there is also a new roof light proposed to the side. You can also see the top of the new single-storey side extension with the roof lantern. So here are the existing proposed north and south elevations. So the south elevations, you can see there is a new dark grey steel crittled doors proposed to the single story side elevation, and then the rear elevation you can see here to the north below that, the existing and the proposed there. You can see the window in the two-story element has been removed, and the lines here show where the ground level, the dotted line below on the rear elevation proposed, shows where the ground level is of the neighbouring garden, and then the top of the rear, the extension to the rear, is just above the existing boundary wall. So here we have the existing and proposed ground floor plans. The main changes are the addition of an extra bedroom to make it a 5-bed dwelling, and the enlarged kitchen and utility area. So here we have the existing proposed first floor and roof plan. So this shows the amount of new roof lights proposed. So there are 5 new roof lights in total, including the lantern roof light over the new single story side extension. So because there has been quite a lot of talk about the previous refused and permitted applications on the site, I thought it would be wise to include these in the presentation. So here is the previously refused 2003 application, which shows the 2-story extension, which was above the west side of the property, and this was refused for overdevelopment. So this is the approved 2008 application for a single story rear extension, and this was approved and has been built. And here we have the northern boundary wall, which is going to be rebuilt. The lean-to shed and steps to the side will be removed, and the trees to the rear are to be retained and protected with a pre-commencement condition. And there's just some photos of the existing northern boundary wall. Below is showing the level of the neighbouring garden up against that wall. And this is the western boundary wall. So here we have some photographs of the front elevation at the top, and taken more to the eastern side, showing the existing dormer window. And then this, at the top, is the existing situation to the rear, which is where the new 2-story extension is proposed. And at the bottom, we just again to the front, showing the parking area. And here are some aerial photographs. So the top one here shows the garage for St Elmo, and the driveway to the rear, which is the entrance to the coach house. And then to the bottom, we've got an aerial view of the house. So where the swimming pool is, the house is directly below that swimming pool. And here we've got some more photographs of the parking area at the top, and then another aerial photograph of the property, and some more aerial photographs showing the property in relation to the other dwellings. And then to finish, another aerial photograph taken to the front. So the recommendation is to permit for the reasons as explained within the report.
Thank you. Can Can I invite statements from public speakers and ward councillors? I have 5 speakers, beginning with Judith Cameron. Judith, are you there? Judith?
I've done it. I think I've done it. Can you hear me now?
Oh, can hear you. Yeah, can hear you now.
Thank you very much. We moved to St Elmo over 30 years ago when access to the small coach house wasn't a problem, but it's grown. And we now have vehicles turning in front of our kitchen because backing down the driveway isn't a safe option on a school day. We're just 50 metres from the Royal High with parents parked on both sides. There are no pavements. St Elmo's been a great family home. With us moving to the garden flat, our son now wants to bring his family up here, but more traffic will make our garden unsafe for children. This isn't about an extra bedroom, but a 60% enlargement, including a 60 square metre flat roof. On one side, the Home Office, not in your drawings, with its only access from double doors on the other. How can any condition stop this being a roof terrace? Who's going to enforce it when councils are so strapped for cash? This plan is for a large family home in the wrong place at the expense of ours that's been here forever. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Andrew Beard, please. Mr. Beard, are you there? You need to unmute yourself.
Unmuted.
You are muted, Mr. Beard. That's it.
Okay, thank you. Okay, I speak on behalf of adjoining residents. Councillor Hodge has rightly called this to committee because there are 2 overwhelming issues. Firstly is a statutory obligation to preserve or enhance the conservation area. This proposal does neither. Rather than preserve, it further damages the historical relationship of the original coach house with St Elmo. Steel windows, zinc fascias, large flat roof materially harm the locality, not enhance it. The committee report sets out that you need to pay special attention to this. If approved, the whole rear of the site will be infilled with a much larger building that ought not to be there as a backland. The location plan shows the character of large buildings with small scale outbuildings. The coach house is the only exception. If this application had been submitted in one go, it would have been thrown out as overdevelopment. Instead, the property has grown incrementally and the tipping point has been reached. The 2008 approval is out of date with current newer policies. In short, the application is trying to squeeze too much into the plot. It's out of historical context and planning context. 5 beds in a coach house. Secondly, there's the major issue of overlooking and loss of privacy. This is the very problem of backland conversions and why they require detailed scrutiny. The officer says, oh, there's always a bit of overlooking. But quite frankly, that's not good enough. The proposed first floor double doors, yes, first floor double doors, overlook the neighbour, provides the only access to the high level office and shed. So people will have to walk back and forth along the flat roof, continually overlooking neighbouring gardens. Can you imagine being in your garden with a new double doorway built above your wall, people looking straight out of it and people walking back and forth? These are amenity issues that cannot be dismissed. It's demonstrable harm to the neighbours. The site has reached its development, it's overdevelopment, and it's harm to the conservation area and should be refused for that reason. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Can I ask Agent Chris Beaver to make a comment? Are you there, Chris?
Let me just have a look.
Yes, there you are.
Can you hear me all right?
Yes, indeed.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. We've only recently got involved in this project following its call into committee. So we've taken a fairly sort of dispassionate sort of view of it. And I visited the site and had the scheme explained to me. We have circulated a note to all members on the committee that sort of summarises the sort of planning history and the proposal. In my view, you know, this is a post-war building. It's an infill plot, and contrary to what's been said by one of the other speakers, the actual increase in floor area is actually 30%, It's going up from 140 square metres as existing to 200 square metres. And really, it's a proposal that will sort of modernise the building and create a better sort of flow through it and sort of internal arrangement for the applicants. But the sort of siting of the extension sort of at the side and the rear is leaving the whole sort of forecourt of the plot sort of as it is, undeveloped. And in fact, the sort of the rear extension and side extensions will be largely masked when you approach the building from the front, and that in itself is a private view, and the building is almost completely concealed from public views, and these extensions certainly wouldn't be discernible from any public views. The architect's gone to great care to sort of design out any sort of overlooking issues and things, and in fact the proposal will eliminate an existing overlooking issue to the north, and we just simply don't accept that this proposal will create overlooking or loss of amenity, and actually will have a very benign impact. So we believe that the claim to overdevelopment has been very overstated, that the amenity issue simply is not an issue. Clearly the architect and planning officer have been in discussion over this proposal. The application is being recommended for permission, and quite frankly, I think it's a case of the neighbours overstating the alleged harm, and I think the applicants have got a very reasonable proposal on the table that is very similar to a scheme that was approved by the council in 2007. So on that basis, we would invite the committee to support the scheme on the basis that it won't cause demonstrable harm. Thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you very much. Councillor Mark Elliott.
I'm going first, sorry. Matt.
Oh, you're going first, are you? Councillor Lucy Hodge, speaking
Yes.
as the ward councillor.
Yes, so we're going to do a joint presentation over 10 minutes. So thank you, Chair, members of the committee, members of the public. We would like to focus on overdevelopment, the character of the conservation area and amenity. The coach house was originally an ancillary building in the garden of St Elmo, a semi-detached early Victorian home built around 1980. It comprised a Victorian horse carriage store, stable and hayloft. In the late 1980s, the then owners of St Elmo, the Parnhams, were granted permission to convert the coach house into a small retirement home. This conversion comprised one ground floor bedroom and a small bedroom and bathroom upstairs for a carer. Mrs. Parnham moved in and the current owners bought the main house a few years later. Could I thank Planning's James Perriman for sending me all the historical applications, which I think are important. Regarding evidence of overdevelopment, the original conversion, completed around 1980, was 4 times bigger than the original coach house. To this, a dormer extension was added in 2001. An important 2003 application was for the addition of an extra bedroom study to the first floor at the front of the property with an area of 25 metres squared. It would have changed the roof profile. In the delegated report, the case officer at the time noted, the coach house is a low-level building which appears to have been extended substantially in the past. Historic buildings concluded, there comes a point with all buildings where any further extension destroys the original, a point which this building has reached. The application was refused, the main reason, overdevelopment of the existing house with a detrimental impact on the Bath conservation area. A 2007 application proposed a ground floor only rear extension which wrapped round slightly to the east. It didn't extend to the boundary and maintain side access. The application was referred to the committee at the time due to overdevelopment. Delegated approval made the case that the extension was confined to the ground floor only and was not visible. This was not built. A subsequent 2008 application added a much smaller ground floor extension, again at the back of just 1 bedroom, 22 metres squared. This brought the property to 4 bedrooms. So to recap, we have an original coach house of 23 metres squared, a 1980s conversion to around 106 metres squared, a 1901 dormer adding 5 metres squared, and a 2008 rear ground floor bedroom adding 22 metres squared. This application proposes a greater increase to total floor area than those before it, including both the ground floor and the first floor. Measurements taken from scaled PDF drawings are not straightforward, but I believe give here an accurate impression with a tendency to underestimation. The ground floor will be increased by at least a further 40 metres squared and the first floor by a further 14 metres squared. Compared with 2003, when the coach house was deemed to have been developed enough, the house resulting today will have a ground floor increased by at least 52% and a first floor by around 41%, giving rise to a house with 5 bedrooms and 4 bath or shower rooms. Importantly, the resulting footprint of the coach house at over 180 metres squared will significantly exceed that of the main house, St Elmo, which is approximately 120 metres squared. Turning to the conservation area and distinctiveness, special regard should be given to scale and design in the interest of harmonising with its neighbour, and layout should protect the settings of period buildings. This area is characterised by large family houses and large verdant plots with a small number of ancillary buildings. There are no other plots nearby with a backland development. The impact on the conservation area is not simply what is readily visible, both the grain of the site and its historic context matter. A backland site accommodating a large modern family house is completely out of odds with the historic layout. The original redevelopment of the coach house preserved garden on 3 sides. This proposal occupies over half its own plot, leaving only a small garden area, again out of character. There's a limit to how far the coach house may be developed without causing harm to the special character of the area, and this limit has reached. Mark will go on to discuss the highways and residential amenity.
Thanks, Lucy. Can everybody hear me?
Quickly.
Yep. Firstly, turning to drive access, the red boundary in the site location plan gives a misleading impression of the drive access width. It reduces down from 4 metres to 2.6 metres along the curving lower section. The current dwelling has 4 bedrooms, which require 3 off-street car parking spaces, and the requirement is the same for 5 bedrooms. Highways noted that there was no room for on-plot turning. This means that when there are 3 cars in the drive, drivers must either exit the coach house in reverse and reverse past the entrance to St Elmo, 42 metres down the drive into College Road, or they turn on the private property of St Elmo outside the main entrance and kitchen window to exit forward. Increasing potential number of occupants through an additional bedroom increases the likelihood of 3 independent drivers. Compared to when the house was a small retirement home, increased traffic on the common access drive already has a negative impact on the residents of St Elmo and their safety, and this may worsen. Planning guidance in relation to backland sites advises that tandem development consisting of one house immediately behind another and sharing the same access is generally unsatisfactory because of the difficulties of access to the house at the back and the disturbance and lack of privacy suffered by the house in the front. Whilst this situation has arisen historically, overdevelopment of the coach house site will increase the likelihood of the safety impacts this guidance seeks to avoid. In relation to amenity, we have a serious concern about the maintenance walkway shown from the double doors of the first floor bedroom, which runs across the flat roof extension to connect with the Home Office shed. We understand that the Home Office is in regular use. As a result of the side return extension, the only way of reaching the Home Office is over the flat roof. Anyone using it will be very clearly visible from both St Elmo and number 1 College Road, intruding on privacy of their homes and gardens. The proposed rear first floor extension also contributes to overlooking of 1 College Road's back garden due to the addition of glazed double doors and an extra rear window. Finally, with double door access to a flat roof extension, there's potential that this will be used as a roof terrace with significant impacts on privacy. We note the inclusion of a condition to preclude this, but we'll question whether it's actually enforceable. Thank you.
Just to summarise, Sarah, to finish off, that we take issue with the report and the consideration of the conservation area. The impact is just not simply on what is readily visible, and take issue with the lack of comment in respect to overdevelopment. There is no consideration of the increase in relation to the coach house, the Victorian main house, or to the other properties in the conservation area. The decision today is important because it may set a precedent for further development of ancillary buildings in this area of Lansdowne, with consequent loss of green space, amenity, and erosion of local character. Finally, we have a significant and increasing elderly population in Bath, older residents that wish to downsize and wish to continue to live in the area that they know, within which they have friends and important memories, and within walking distance of amenities, find themselves with a shortage of affordable accommodation, especially with outside space, in effect priced out of a city where development for uplift prevails. We should seek to maintain a mixture of accommodation types within communities and retain affordable housing where possible and is supported by policies. The original coach house conversion was designed to be and could have remained such a retirement home. In conclusion, I suggest refusal due to overdevelopment of a backland site in terms of scale and historical relationship between the coach house and the main building, contrary to D7. The proposal does not preserve or enhance the special character of the conservation area in terms of layout and integrity, contrary to HE1 and BD1. The proposal does not contribute positively to the local character and distinctiveness in terms of historic grain, plot and scale, contrary to D2. And finally, the development will have a detrimental effect on the amenity of the neighbours in terms of overlooking from the rooftop walkway and additional windows and from a potential for increased traffic. Can I finish with the conclusions of the Baines Historic Building Team back in 2003? There comes a point with all buildings where any further extension destroys the original, a point which this building has reached. Thank you.
Thank you very much, councillors. Right, can I invite questions to the officers? I have Councillor Rigby.
Thank you, Chair. I have two questions for the officer. First, we heard a differing view on the percentage increase of the floor space of the application. I think I heard 60%, I heard 30%, and I heard 43% on the ground floor, 56% on the ground floor, 41% on the top floor. Could the officer please tell me, according to the applicant's papers in front of them, what they believe the actual floor space increase is? And I'll ask my second question, and it might need, unfortunately, trying to go back to the presentation. I've heard talk 2 or 3 times of something referred to as either a shed or a home office. Could you please point out to me where that is, because I didn't see it on the original presentation?
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
Yeah. Okay, yes. So the existing floor space is 140 square metres. I checked that with the agent today as well, and the additional floor space will be around 60 square metres. So I've worked that out. I don't know if my calculations are correct. I've worked out that that's about 43% increase in floor space. That's gross internal floor space. Regarding the shed home office, I'm gonna I'll try and share my screen again, but it didn't work very well last time, but I'll try and share it. Okay.
We see your screen.
Okay, can you see it now?
Yes, a bit slow, but it's coming.
Good. Yeah. Okay, so right. Let's just find the right one. So if you can see, you've got here existing proposed west and east elevations. So on the left-hand side, I think it's the left-hand side, you've got the side elevation east, the existing side elevation east. Right at the bottom, you can see it's showing the boundary wall treatment to the east, and then there's an existing shed here. Can you see that?
Yes.
Yeah. Okay. So it's my knowledge that shed and the steps near it will be removed as part of this application. There's no proposal to create a roof terrace or a roof walkway. I have recommended a condition be attached as well to ensure that area of roof isn't used as a terrace. As you can see, the proposed east elevation at the bottom, that's the 2-storey element with the double doors and the balcony, Juliet balcony. There's no proposal for those doors to open out onto the roof and to create a roof terrace.
So on the bottom of the three on the left, it is quite an eyesight test because you can't kind of zoom in. Where that says shed at the end, what you're saying is that's also the thing that's referred to as the Home Office, but as part of this application, you're saying that's going to be removed?
Yes, as far as I'm aware, the agent has told me that the steps near to it will be removed as part of this application.
Because I look through and I am quite diligent at reading stuff, and I struggle to see where that is in the application. I thought that that there was going to be access to that as well. So could you maybe point me to where it is in the application, where they say as part of the application that's going to be removed? Because to me that is there are two issues that are concerning me. It's around the size, and it's also around how this is going to overlook.
Okay. Yeah. So if you here, I haven't actually included it in this. It's to the side of this plan of the northern boundary wall. So but if you have a look at the key here, where it's dotted in red, it says lean-to, shed and steps to be removed, and that is actually to the side of the property. So I didn't, when I was putting this together, I didn't include that in this drawing because I was just showing the northern boundary wall here. So yeah, that just confirms that that shed and the steps will be removed.
Right. Okay, I'll let someone else ask a question. I'll keep looking through the papers.
Okay.
Councillor Jackson. Oh, sorry, Councillor. How about need to just check where I am here. A couple of questions. Councillor Craig. Sorry.
Yeah, thanks. Councillor Riggs actually asked the question I was going to ask, which was about that shed stroke home office that's been mentioned. So I'm glad to hear that's actually documented it's going. I wonder what's happening with I don't know how much floor space it takes up, but what's happening with that piece of ground. It was a bit of a funny area that sticks out at the back of the boundary.
I think they're going. I'm not entirely sure exactly how they're going to change that area. They've just explained that they're going to remove the shed and that's the steps. They are going to be rebuilding and repairing the wall to the rear. So I guess they can make repair and rebuild the wall in that location as well when they if needed when they remove the shed and the steps.
Okay, well, as long as that's made absolutely crystal clear that goes, because yes, it's very tempting, as I can see the only way to access it is across the roof.
Okay, Councillor McPhee.
I wanted to pick up on the statement of Councillor Elliott that if you get 3 cars there, in fact, there's no turning. And I wondered what highways might say about that, because will be a very long way. When I look up the planning officer's assessment of the highway impacts, it seems that what they say is that the standards set out in policy ST7 relate to new build dwellings only, and so we can't say anything about existing residential properties. So it seems like the planning officer has sort of let it go. But could highways comment if you've got to reverse 40 or 50 meters? Surely that can't be something that you approve of in highways.
Thank you, Chair. Certainly happy to come back on the highway issue. I've been to site, councillor. I must admit I didn't go during the school drop-off or pick-up time. I went on the 22nd of June when it was sort of becoming apparent that this application may come to the July committee. I fully appreciate that reversing 43 metres is less than ideal. However, it's something that happens at the moment. with the 3 cars that are required, or parking for 3 cars that's required by the existing 4 bedrooms. And it's something that will continue. As I say, it's an existing practice, which is, I admit, is far from ideal, which will continue. There doesn't appear to be any space within the site for us to insist that the applicant provide turning. And I understand that at the moment there are turning manoeuvres in front of the double garage and in front of the kitchen window to St Elmo. And whilst we agree that this may not be a satisfactory situation, it is one that exists, and it's one that will continue, and it's something that is done on private land.
So Councillor Elliott is correct then that if we actually extend, we're going to exacerbate the problem.
There is that possibility, but Councillor Elliott is also correct in that the addition of the 5th bedroom doesn't require an additional off-street car parking space if you apply the current adopted parking standards.
Yeah, but okay, I'll rest my case.
Okay, Councillor Jackson.
I think my enthusiasm is waning after 4.5 hours.
I'm not surprised.
But I do struggle with this one because it seems to me that what was originally a very sensible idea for providing a retirement home for somebody related to the owners of St Elmo's has become an independent property and hugely increased. And I appreciate this is not Greenbelt, and I'm not quite sure. Do we have restrictions on the amount that you can increase a property which is not in the green belt? But my other problem is the officer keeps saying that she's spoken to the agent, that they have said this, they have said that, but surely it's only if it's actually in print in the papers that we can take notice of that. We can't put much weight on the negotiations, which, I mean, obviously the officer is fully justified in having with the agent if it's not down there in black and white. And the other thing is, I'm afraid I missed out somewhere in all the detail, is St Elmo's actually a listed building? Because it seems to me that one of the most important things is the impact that this development is having on the main house. And my understanding of a coach house is a subservient building, and this really is ceasing to be that, if I've got it right.
Is it a listed building, Chloe?
No, it isn't a listed building. No.
That's interesting. Can I perhaps?
No, it's an unlisted historic asset then.
Oh, is it? Right. Can I ask a question? What has changed, I'm assuming policy-wise, since 2003, when officers felt that this building had been extended as far as it could?
Well, it's a different application. So if shall I go back to the one in 2003?
Well, I thought the conclusion from 2003 was that the original building had been extended as far as it could without actually changing the nature and the relationships.
Well, obviously I wasn't the case officer from 2003, but if you have a look at the 2-storey extension, it's above the west elevation. It's at a different location. It's a larger extension as well, and I think that the right decision was made that it was overdevelopment of the property. But this 2-storey element is to the rear. It's smaller. And also the single-storey side extension that's being proposed was also permitted. A similar 2-storey single-storey side extension was permitted in 2007. So yeah, I don't think this one really it relates to the one in 2003. There is less built form in this application.
Right. Any more questions for the officers before I move to debate? So, Councillor Rigby then.
Thank you, Chair. I am going to propose that we reject the officer's recommendation and that we refuse this application. And on the grounds that I say that we should do that are threefold. First, the fact that this was meant to be ancillary to or subsidiary to, whatever the right planning phrase we want to use is, to the main building, and actually is being developed to a stage where in fact it's in competition with, as opposed to enhancing the area. Any conservation building has to preserve or enhance, and I feel this does neither. The second element on which I wish to move rejection is highways, in that I don't think it is fair to say, because this happens already with 1 or 2 cars, it will be okay to happen with 3 or 4 cars. I think that the owners of St Elmo's would have something that's nothing to do with planning to a certain extent, would certainly have rights to say people can't reverse onto their drive to turn around. And I think we're creating and exacerbating an already unsafe problem. And I also feel that there's a loss of my third reason is a loss of residential amenity for the neighbours. I believe this takes the form of overlooking, and I think it takes the form of overdevelopment of the site. If you look at it, I know College Road quite well. It is very much fronted by large Victorian, either detached or semis. There are a few more modern buildings further down, but in no way does it also have backland development of very large, independent, not subsidiary buildings. So for those 3 reasons, I would like to propose that we reject this application.
Thank you, Councillor. I have Councillor Jackson seconding that. Do you want to add any further reasons to second?
Well, not really, because I think Councillor Rigby has really put it very succinctly.
Yeah.
I think I would emphasise the fact this will not enhance a conservation area in any respect. But yeah, I think the loss of amenity to the St Elmo's, the residents there, is not acceptable. So that's the way things have developed.
Thank you. We have a motion seconded. Chris Gom, you wanted to speak.
Thank you, Chair. Just to run through the reasons that have been given, just to clarify the situation. Councillor Rigby mentioned the need for it to be subordinate or ancillary to the main house. I assume that she meant in design terms, sort of visually subsidiary, rather than in terms of its function, because clearly it is a separate dwelling.
I actually meant that it, visually and in design terms, it was created originally to be subsidiary and function as well, but now it's under separate ownership. It still should have that visual and design relationship with the main building.
Okay, thank you. Obviously that's not officer's view, but the committee is perfectly entitled to come to that view, and a design-based reason for refusal in terms of subordinacy is something that we could try and defend. The second reason was in relation to the conservation area, so policy HE1, historic environment. So just to clarify, so that there's concern that it would harm or not preserve.
I think our conservation policy says that it has to preserve or enhance, and I feel it neither preserves nor enhances.
Okay, thank you,
That's my feeling too. I think it's policy D.4, isn't it?
Yeah. Yes.
Yeah, and the highways reason. I mean, I would urge caution to members on that particular reason, because there is no real evidence that this proposal would increase the number or frequency of vehicles reversing down that driveway. The committee is entitled to come to that view, but I think that particular reason it's challengeable, and I think we would really struggle to defend that appeal. But obviously it is up to the committee. And finally, residential amenity, just to clarify, I mean, obviously that's policy D6. Is that in terms of members concerned about overlooking specific
overlooking and overdevelopment of the site? And it wasn't just in relation to St Elmo's, it was in relation to, I think it's probably 1 College Road. I think it's in relation to the other near neighbours. There is a residential amenity of having largely built on large gardens behind, accepting there already is a house there that I suspect if we if someone applied for it now as one, it may not get permission even at the size it is now. So the residential amenity will be losing some of the green space. It will be overlooking, and it will be overdevelopment.
Okay, thank you, Councillor. I mean, obviously, as officers, that's not our view. I mean, we're of the view that the overlooking will be no worse, or not significantly worse than the current situation. But again, that is committee's right to come to a different subjective view on that. But thank you for clarifying that, Councillor. But I would just urge caution on the highways reason that's been given. Thank you, Chair.
Okay, we have a motion before us. Were there any further comments? So the motion is to, as we move to the vote, the motion is to reject the officer's recommendation and refuse this application for the reasons stated. I will move to the vote and I'll go in reverse alphabetical order. Councillor Rigby?
4.
Councillor McCabe, 4. Councillor McPhee?
4.
Councillor Jackson?
4.
Councillor Hughes?
4.
Councillor Hounsell?
For the motion to reject.
Yeah. Councillor Hodge? Oh, no, Councillor Hodge can't vote. She's here as the, sorry about that. Councillor Davis?
Against.
Against. Councillor Craig?
4.
Or Councillor Clark?
Abstain.
Abstain. Oh, Marie, what was that?
Yeah, that's 7 for, 1 against and 1 abstention. So that's carried, Chair.
Lovely, thank you very much. We are rejecting that application for the reasons stated. That's it for the applications. So the appeals report, you've had that circulated. Do you have any questions or comments on the appeal report? Otherwise, you are asked to note.
Do we need to let Lucy back in? Is she back?
Yeah,
She hadn't left.
well, I did try to leave, and appropriately. I closed my ears and removed myself.
The ward councillors are obviously allowed to stay and watch the debate.
Okay, I wasn't sure.
So that's the date of the next meeting, and the next meeting will take place on the 29th of July. And the plan is still to have this as a virtual meeting.
And site visit?
At the moment, the plan is to have a virtual meeting. Okay. If that changes, no doubt everyone will let us know. We're expecting, just a reminder, we're expecting a written update on the enforcement thing we enforced last time. So I'd like to thank officers, I'd like to thank committee members, and I'd like to thank all our speakers and members of the public for watching. And I formally close the meeting now at 18:48. Thank you. It's been a long one. Thank you very much.
Yeah.